Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Saving Jane Fest. My name is Brian Stollery. I am the one of the very proud founders of Launch Global. I could not be happier with the crew of artists and musicians and humanitarian activists and just real life superheroes that we have here today for an unbelievable cause. Thank you for joining us. This is Saving Jane Fest on Launch TV, Launch Global. This whole festival is about bringing awareness to the really tragic reality of human trafficking and really showing the world that we can use art to heal. And we're going to turn trauma into action, and we are going to create art and build culture and a new future without any form of slavery. That is what this is about. That is what we are all about. So I'm very, very happy to introduce our first host tonight, Andrea Pizziconi, also known as Drea. Andrea here is equal parts artist, activist, serial social entrepreneur, having experience managing large-scale urban revitalization projects for Yale and other major multinational companies. She founded the Christie Company, which is a mixed-use urban development company focused on pioneering new sustainable development structures that advance best practice education reform alongside urban revitalization and green development all around the world. What else? She's the founder, managing director of Africa Integras. Am I saying that right, Drea?
You are, and you're trying to get into all of this. Needless to say, I've just been busy.
Cool. Awesome. Well, yeah, and that's a wonderful trailblazing organization. You're an infrastructure investor in Africa. Do you want to maybe tell us a little bit about that and some of the work you've done in Africa and some of that development and infrastructure?
The only relevant bit that is worth discussing is the fact that I've met so many extraordinary men and women along the way, some of whom are survivors of trafficking, some of whom are survivors of other forms of exploitation. And I have had the incredible, humble honor of learning from them. And so to the extent of however my life has been shaped since and the work that what brought me back into music and creating compositions for a cause, a lot of it was the inspiration of their stories, how their stories impacted me, how it made me consider my life as a survivor, and just everything that's happened since with launching Girls First Finance and various other initiatives is really from the humility of getting to know these incredible people. So that's a good nutshell.
Awesome. Well, and not for nothing. I mean, Girls First Finance, that's a very innovative new app that's bringing phones, loans, all kinds of economic support towards vulnerable girls in Africa and America so they can advance. And not only are you a real life superhero helping disenfranchised women all over the world, you are an amazing musician, and you've done work with Common and Gary Clark Jr.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of working with some wonderful musicians, and songwriting for me, like many survivors, songwriting is a healing process. I did a song with the great rapper, songwriter, singer, MC Maimouna Youssef, and we both talk about how but for songwriting, we don't think we would be where we are today. So certainly it's been a huge part of the narrative. And Kathy, and you could probably speak to how important art is for survivors. It's why we're all here tonight, Brian. It's why you do what you do. And, it's, Ethan, we're all kind of bonded by that. And so I'm no different.
Absolutely. And speaking of our next host, who I'm very happy to have here and very happy to introduce, is Ethan Brooks Paisley, a 19-year-old multidisciplinary artist, a producer, an entrepreneur, social justice advocate, a force to be reckoned with, according to 360 magazine. Ethan is recognized globally for his films, his campaigns, his PR work, his inspirational talks. Ethan, I know your work has won many awards, including Best Young Filmmaker in the Los Angeles Film Awards, Best Film at the Singapore International Film Festival. I know you've even spoken at TED and Cannes, and that's awesome. What don't you do, Ethan?
Dance professionally, that's for sure. And yeah, many other things.
Amazing. Well, thank you, Andrea, and thank you, Ethan, for being here. This is going to be an awesome night. And what this night is really all about is Saving Jane. And now Saving Jane is an unbelievable organization. It just gives me absolute chills to think about the power, and I'm so proud of so much growth. Saving Jane is an organization that empowers survivors of all forms of modern day slavery and human trafficking so that they can live the life that they want to live. And we're turning trauma into art. We're bringing growth. We're bringing power to survivors. The victim is not a word in the Saving Jane vocabulary. No one is a victim. No one here deserves to have shame. These are survivors, and these are real life superheroes. So Kathy Ann Powell here is the founder of Saving Jane, and it brings me absolute great joy to introduce Kathy. Kathy Ann, welcome. How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you.
Awesome. Well, I would love if you could tell us a little bit about the new app that we're going to be showing people, and if you could just share a little bit more of your own words on Saving Jane and all of the amazing work you're doing.
Okay, so I'm Kathy Ann Powell, the founder and CEO of Saving Jane. And Saving Jane empowers human trafficking survivors and the prevention of new victims, especially children. So throughout our prevention program, we educate children about human trafficking and how to safeguard themselves using our comic book series. So historically, we created workshops in a variety of educational systems to deliver this message. And our mission to scale things up got interrupted during the pandemic.
Awesome.
So we accelerate our program, and we are partnering with Knowledge as a Service, which is an educational app to reach millions of parents and children on how to recognize the warning signs of human trafficking. And that's why we're here today.
Excellent.
So please watch the video to download the app, and let's have some fun tonight.
Absolutely. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to show a little video tutorial on how the app works here. And for anyone who is watching, if you donate to Saving Jane right now, you just head to savingjane.org/donate. If you're watching on Launch TV, we're going to throw up a little lower third here that you can click on. And once you donate, we will send you a unique access code that allows you to download the app. And it's a kind of a trivia training app that will educate you on human trafficking, awareness, and really how to share that awareness and prevention with loved ones and friends and family, and most importantly, children. This app is really about educating children so that they're less vulnerable to this horrific practice. So go ahead. Our wonderful stream director, Evan, is going to go ahead and roll this little tutorial.
Hey, we'd love you to download the game and follow along. Just head to the App Store, look for Micro Learner. You want to download that. It'll only take a few seconds. And then you want to go ahead and create an account. Enter your info. Then you want to go to enter code. A code will be emailed to you once you make a donation, and that will unlock the game Abolitionista, which is the Saving Jane trivia training app. The more you play, the more you can win, the more you can educate yourself around human trafficking and how to prevent it and how to share awareness with loved ones. Play along and we'll see you on the leaderboard. Please consider making a donation to Saving Jane so they can continue all of their amazing work.
Hi, my name is Thomas Essler. I'm the Director of Storytelling and Prevention Programs for Saving Jane. I've created a comic book series with the help of federal law enforcement that educate kids about human trafficking and gives them proven tools to protect themselves.
I have a lot of internet friends, and it shows that not everybody is who they say they are behind the screen.
It's a new way to portray education and what we should know.
Experts say that the best way to protect children is through education. So we've created a comic book that educates kids about how to recognize a recruitment conversation, how to powerfully deal with a predator or trafficker, and who they can go to for help if they get into trouble. Teaching this very serious material within a comic book form has been hugely successful. It turns out that kids are nuts about comic books. And I think partially this is because kids don't look at a comic book workshop as school or educational. It's part of their entertainment preference. And I know that when I ask them questions, they often respond by quoting verbatim from the comic book as if they've memorized the whole thing. Our goal is to reach kids before they're victimized and empower them to be effective agents in their own self-protection.
Most books I read, they're not very educational. But this one, it showed that human trafficking is a danger in the public and that you can make a difference by trying to help people that can't help themselves.
Never before have traffickers had such easy access to so many children. Because of the internet and because of social media, traffickers can now initiate thousands of recruitment conversations. To leave them uneducated makes them more vulnerable.
Hello, I'm Indrani Palchodri. I'm a director, a photographer, and a social justice advocate. I'm also a board member of Saving Jane. I won the Tribeca Film Festival Disruptive Innovation Award and the CNN Expose Award for my work against trafficking. I'm teaching a class this fall at Princeton on mobilizing millions with art and film for social justice and human rights. And I believe that as we deal with the consequences of the slavery of our past, we can't forget those who are enslaved today. One of the greatest human rights violations is slavery, and today there are more people enslaved in the world than at any time in human history. A large number of those are women and children. And while we have laws and police forces and governments that are meant to protect the most vulnerable, they're not doing their job. So it's up to each of us to remind our local politicians and police forces that we care deeply and we want to end trafficking and provide rehabilitation for survivors. Join us at Saving Jane to learn more about what you can do to help and how we can end modern slavery.
Hi there, my name is Ishan Shah and I'm 17 years old and I'm a student from the UK and founder of Stolen Dreams, which is a communications organization that bridges the gap between young people and the issue of slavery and human trafficking today. So back in 2016, I watched a documentary about child trafficking and exploitation, and this was the first time that I found out that slavery still existed today. I learned about the abolition of the slave trade here in the UK back in 1833, but I didn't know that slavery still continued to exist in the shadows of society. And so I went into school the following week and I asked every student in my year groups, that's 156 kids, I asked them all, did you know that slavery still exists today? And not one of them knew. And I was shocked because slavery isn't just an issue happening in faraway countries and faraway communities, but it's happening right here on our doorsteps. It's happening in the clothes we wear, in the foods we eat, and we are encountering it on a day-to-day basis. And also, we as kids, especially during this COVID-19 crisis, when we are spending a lot of time online, we are at risk of being exploited. And so I was determined to raise awareness about this issue to young people, and that is when Stolen Dreams was born. It's a platform where children and young people can come together to learn about this issue, to fully understand what slavery and human trafficking are, but also it provides them with tangible, simplistic, and important calls to actions that they can take and that they can sort of introduce into their communities as well to tackle this issue. And that is one of the things I love about Saving Jane and the organization and everything it stands for, because I am spending so much time around young people and talking to them about some of the greatest human rights issues of our time. And when I found out about Saving Jane's comic books, I was immediately drawn to them, and I love them so much. And kids love comic books nowadays, and the way Saving Jane's comic books are created and the way they're narrated, developed, and illustrated is so engaging to young people. And it's such a creative way to introduce hope and compassion into such a harrowing and complex topic. And the app, which I had the opportunity to demo, does just this. It raises awareness, but it also provides people with additional resources, reading, and also calls to actions that they can take to tackle slavery and human trafficking. So the app is just incredible. And sort of piggybacking off what Saving Jane does and what my organization does, I think it's really important to understand that slavery is a degradation of our common humanity, and we are all at risk of being exploited. But it is as equally important to understand that you and I, we as global citizens, can play a huge part in ending this crime. Through raising awareness, writing to local government representatives to adopt a robust strategy to help survivors, buying products that are high quality and less frequently to counter the fast fashion industry, staying safe online, buying secondhand, sharing clothes with friends and family. There are so many ways that we can tackle slavery on a day-to-day basis. And I really strongly believe that together we can create a world where freedom is a universal concept and where every human being has access to basic human rights. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Jenna, and most people know me as a fashion model, but I am also a student, frontline worker, and an activist. I'm in the fortunate position where I really didn't know much about human trafficking before I started working with Saving Jane. And I think many of us hear about human trafficking but don't necessarily understand just how prevalent it is in the world, and let alone in America. And because many of us don't believe it can happen within our communities or cities, we don't know what to look for or how to take action if we believe that someone may be a victim of trafficking. I often get asked about my modeling experience in kind of a whispered way. People want to know the bad stories and expect to hear something traumatic. Again, I have been extremely fortunate to have not been in that position throughout my career, but it doesn't mean that others haven't. What really shocked me and brought to light about human trafficking within my industry is the case of Jeffrey Epstein. The fame and power he held and the amount of time it took to persecute him sets an example as to how human trafficking is treated in this country. Because his case showed that if someone of a high level of power who was trafficking fashion models couldn't be caught, then really, every other trafficker was seemingly off the hook. His behavior went unexcused for years, and as a result, hundreds of young and underage women were exploited. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. An industry like modeling attracts many vulnerable and young girls as well, and many don't have a fully developed concept of their boundaries and identity, and some may be willing to take advantage of every opportunity presented to them for the promise of fame and money. Now, despite all the horror that occurred around Epstein, I hope that his case sets an example of what needs to change within the country and also serves as a wake-up call. Being a model doesn't mean that your life and well-being needs to be at risk. It means that we need to continue to educate our communities and neighbors about what the signs look like and hold our justice system accountable for the horrors that should not be occurring in our own country. I hope that by working alongside the team at Saving Jane, we can continue to educate and create awareness so that we can protect our most vulnerable populations. And I speak on behalf of models and independent contractors everywhere who have been taken advantage of, who have been put in compromising situations. Learning to take control of a situation that is within your hands and learning to take steps if you encounter yourself in a position that is out of your control, you can use that to protect yourself and learn to protect others as well. So with that, thank you for joining us today at Saving Jane Fest.
Hi, I'm Robert Feeney. I'm one of the co-founders of Knowledge as a Service. And what we do is we deliver knowledge to large enterprises in quick bursts over the course of time in the flow of work so that ultimately we're able to change behaviors of large workforces. We actually do this out in the public too. And that was why we saw it was such a clear fit when Kathy Ann of Saving Jane approached us. We thought, oh my gosh, Saving Jane needs to engage people to form new habits, new behaviors around awareness of this critical issue, this atrocity that happens. Saving Jane needs to activate volunteers, needs to activate donors, and then educate everybody on the impacts, the real difference that it's making. I think Kathy Ann has done a brilliant job of incorporating storytelling into Saving Jane's advocacy. And that's exactly what this app does, but in a new groundbreaking way. In that bursty format, we're incrementally telling a story. The problem is most of us just don't have any time. I mean, we all care about so many different things. We may care about climate change. We care about cancer research. We care about raising our families well. When are we going to spend the time we need on driving awareness and taking action around stemming human trafficking? So I'm not going to spend the time in a classroom or watching a long-form video, but I will play this app. Personally, I'd heard about human trafficking when I was attending a church. It's a really great church in Los Angeles called Metro, and they took on this issue, and I thought, it's not really a churchy issue in my opinion at the time, but I admired it tremendously. And at the time, we were using our app, not in workforces, but out in the public. We were working with the U.S. Department of Energy to help shift people's behaviors, like you and me, who are energy customers, so that we'd save energy. It was a conservation project, and it was really making a difference. So I easily could have just repointed what we were doing with our app to the public around human trafficking, but I didn't. Again, it was like, all right, I'm busy doing this. I don't have time to do that. It took Kathy Ann and Saving Jane to put some real muscle behind it before I said, yeah, I think we can do this together. And that's the point. Where it feels like we don't have time, there's got to be a little put behind it. So we're asking you to play the app so that you can be part of that swell, that we're going to put behind it by having more and more people play this app and drive some awareness unobtrusively through their day. When a question pops up in a gamified way, we're all engaged on a ticking clock for just less than a minute to answer one question and to take one thing that Saving Jane would like us to think about or do differently into our lives. And with enough repetition over days, weeks, and months, we change our habits. I'm looking forward to what changes for me. While I'm playing this app, what new behaviors am I going to take on? I want to be able to have my eyes open to see the earmarkings of human trafficking activity and to know what to do about it. I mean, do I intervene? Do I report it somewhere? What do I do? I want to be able to protect my loved ones. I want to be able to say something to someone that's going to have them protect their loved ones and know what to do. So, I'm taking this on. I invite you to do it too. See you on the leaderboard.
Hello, my name is Professor Dr. Eric Montgomery. I'm a cultural anthropologist working at two institutions. I'm an assistant professor of anthropology at Michigan State University, where I also serve as a peace and justice advisor and work on peace and justice minor program. And at Wayne State, I work in the Center for Peace and Conflict Studies, where I've taught human trafficking and engaged human trafficking in our conferences and in panels. So it's a pleasure to be here today, talking with my great like-minded crew at Saving Jane. Human trafficking is everywhere, and at the same time, it's right under our noses, and we often don't see it, just like I didn't see it as a kid growing up in Flint, Michigan. I mean, in the United States alone, we have 15,000 to 20,000 immigrant girls who are sex trafficked. The other thing that has brought me to Saving Jane and made me feel so really excited about this application and the mission and vision and what that crew is trying to do is it's a very survivor-empowered approach to it. And having an application, it's all really about awareness. And we've done a damn good job as a country talking about human trafficking, the awareness. The UN since 2007, since the Human Preventions Act in 2000, there's just been a siren call of awareness and education. I used to ask students 10 years ago, when did slavery end? And they would say before 13th Amendment, or it ended at slavery ended at the end of the Civil War. And now when I ask that question, most kids look at me and say, Dr. Montgomery, slavery never went anywhere at all. It's still going on. So it's a pervasive issue. It's indicative. It speaks to who we are as Homo sapiens sapiens on Earth. Who are we as a people? Where are we going as a people? And what should we do about it? And the big question is, why hasn't anything been done about it at all? And the reason why more hasn't been done about it at all is because we live in a global neoliberal economic capital system where profits mean more than people. We need more international policing. We need more enforcement. We need more collaboration. But what I love about Saving Jane and what they're doing is the survivor-centered thing. To have these women who have survived be on the front lines of what do we do? From the process of detoxing to helping, to relearning how to dress, to contending with your post-traumatic stress disorders and the mental problems. It takes such a cumulative effort in order to do this and to do this well. And it always worries me that I see all these human trafficking dollars and the amount of funding and grants that flow toward these organizations. And when you look at the impact of what they're doing, oftentimes it doesn't equate. And what I mean is sometimes groups will get, a couple $100,000 or $1 million a year, and they might only, assist 1 or 2 women or 4 or 5 women. I've worked with survivors who can go out on the streets of Detroit, and survivors, a few of them who have been trafficked for 20 years, and can get more girls off the street who are being trafficked in 4 hours than the police can do in an entire month. And it's because these women relate to them, and they know how to talk to them, and they trust them. And dare I say, for the first time, many of them are even realized that what they've been a part of is slavery as a whole. The old ways are not working fast enough. We live in a new world where time and space are compressed exponentially. We live in this digitized world. The revolution around us, my buddy Dr. Harris always says the revolution will not be televised, it will be digitized. And for a revolution of ideas to happen and for us to empower women and to get rid of slavery, the greatest human justice, arguably in the history of the world, we need out-of-the-box thinking. What should we do about it? And Saving Jane is just offering so many, but the education, even the comic books, the workbooks, the training, this application, I'm super excited about it. And I think it's going to create a precedent for other organizations and other consortiums to follow. And ultimately, in the end, I think it will help us reach closer to our goal, which is to end slavery, modern slavery in the world as we know it.
I'm Penny. I'm the owner of APM Model Management. I started my company almost 25 years ago. One of my main goals was to ensure the safety and well-being of my young girls. APM has partnered with Saving Jane to bring awareness to the unfortunate reality of human trafficking. APM and many of its models are committed to do all we can to eradicate all forms of human trafficking.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Procopio. I'm a licensed independent clinical social worker here in Boston, Massachusetts. And I have a consulting business related to the human trafficking and commercial sexual exploitation of boys, adolescent males, and males here in the area. I first, and as a result of my interest in trafficking, that came as a result of a workshop that I attended about 10 years ago. And the topic was on trafficking, which was gender specific for women and girls. And in that workshop, what I discovered, it was that boys were not represented and they were pretty much discounted or around this particular topic, based on the providers feeling like this was just a female phenomenon. So what I did was did some research on this topic, which there was limited research, and talked to many different people, most of which said it really wasn't an issue that needed attention because it was pretty much non-existent. So what I did is I worked with various groups here in Boston because I had a feeling otherwise, and based on research that I did and focus groups that I did, I discovered that it pretty much was an issue here. So I was able to start the first freestanding project for boys, trafficked boys and CSEC boys here in the United States, here in Boston. And the advocacy is something that I continue to do now with going around the country training at workshops and doing capacity building for other organizations here. I had done some work with Saving Jane on their prevention and education comic books over the last couple of years, integrating the issues for boys into that forum, into those product developments. And recently had a conversation with the executive director. And it was interesting how we both came together in terms of realizing that we both felt there was a need for our respective constituent groups and started grassroots organizations, her with Saving Jane and me with my work here in Boston. So I'm very impressed with how her vision really created this organization, Saving Jane. And I clearly will be involved with her as she feels she needs some support around integrating male issues into the Saving Jane program. For those people that might be interested in contributing to trafficking or CSEC projects, I really encourage you to go back into your communities to seek out organizations that are working with youth or young people. And if you especially have expertise in the area of fundraising to help organizations fundraise, technology is also quite important since so much is getting done by technology nowadays, and any other kinds of services that these folks feel like they need support for, especially during these difficult times we're in. And so I think that should bode well for people in those communities. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Susan Kim. I'm an attorney and a former local prosecutor. During my time at the district attorney's office, I prosecuted cases involving human trafficking. Predominantly, my focus was on sex trafficking cases, and I worked with victims of sex trafficking. Most of these victims were underage, and what I realized was if they had just had information about traffickers, they may have been able to not be trafficked at all. And that gets me to why I joined Saving Jane and why I became an advisor to Saving Jane. So much of Saving Jane's focus is on prevention, informing kids and letting them know about trafficking, who is coming after them, and what they can do to prevent themselves from becoming victims. Over the weekend, I had the opportunity to play the new Saving Jane app, and it was fantastic. It was informative, it was well written, there were great illustrations, and it was formatted in such a way that younger people would appreciate it and learn from it. In this day and age, kids have cell phones, kids play apps on a regular basis, and kids use social media. And if we want to be able to reach this audience, we need to do so in a way that is accessible to them and in a manner to which they would be receptive. One of the issues that we're dealing with right now is the global pandemic. We are not able to go into the schools and talk to students directly. We won't be able to do that for a very long time. And this is one of the best ways to reach kids and inform them about trafficking in a way that is safe in light of the current pandemic. I hope you join me in supporting Saving Jane and supporting this app.
Hi, my name is Thomas Essler, and I'm Director of Storytelling and Prevention Programs for Saving Jane, an organization committed to a world without slavery, where no one is bought or sold, and where all the wounds of the past are healed. I'm so excited to be here today and show you one of the programs we have. We've created a comic book series with the help of the FBI and experts like child psychologists and social workers and survivors. And these comic books educate kids about human trafficking and give them proven tools to protect themselves. And we take these comic books around to schools and libraries and homeless shelters and community organizations like YMCAs and also houses of worship. And we equip kids with the tools they need to protect themselves, like how to recognize a recruitment conversation, how to powerfully deal with a predator or a trafficker, and who they can go to for help if they get into trouble. And I'm really excited that Saving Jane is creating an educational app for adults that will educate adults that are caregivers of children, but all adults, about human trafficking. We're using an app that is extremely effective at education. It's convenient because it's on your phone, and it's a great tool in learning in a way that it sticks. This information will stick. You know, we hope that there is an army of people out there that are interested in creating a nation and a world without human trafficking, and that are interested in educating themselves about it, because there's so much that we can all do to create that kind of world. And one simple way is simply by educating the children in your sphere of influence. Statistics say that the average age of someone being trafficked into the sex industry is maybe 15 years old. And so it's crucial that we educate young people about human trafficking and how to protect themselves. We've created a tool that anyone can use, and we are interested in creating and partnering with you to create workshops around this tool. But it's something you can use yourself. Teach the kids that you know, like your children or your nieces and nephews or your cousins or kids at the YMCA you go to, or the community center you go to, or the house of worship that you attend. Make sure that they understand what human trafficking is, and how they can spot it, how they can protect themselves, and who they can go to for help if they feel that they're in trouble or someone that they know is in trouble. Thanks so much for spending this time with us.
That was amazing. We are back. This is Saving Jane Fest. I want to turn it over to our amazing hosts here. We have Drea Pizziconi, we have Ethan Paisley. Let's talk about human trafficking. Let's create some awareness, shall we?
All right. We shall, yeah. So guys, when I was thinking about this issue, one of the things that struck me that I wanted to bounce off you guys is that oftentimes perception can become reality. And when the perception is wrong, then it distorts the reality. And so when we're thinking about informing ourselves and educating ourselves, it can be interesting and kind of a first step. A lot of people are asking what can they do, and the first thing is to educate themselves about the misperceptions around trafficking. So I thought I would throw, there's a woman, Hilary DeJarnett, who put together a really interesting piece for Salvation Army on 10 things that we didn't know about trafficking, and so they're kind of either things that we assumed differently or that we didn't know. And so I thought I'd run a couple of those by you guys and get your thoughts or your reflections. So the first one, so I'm going to flip it a little bit, and I'm just going to kind of put them in my own words. The first one is the perception that trafficking happens to certain populations of people, that either it happens exclusively to people who are economically disadvantaged, to people who are people of color and whatnot. And although there can be different, there's a disproportionate representation. I'll start maybe with Ethan with the notion of like who is affected by human trafficking.
Right. I always, when I explain human trafficking, I say that the number one thing that human trafficking preys on is that you're human, is that you're vulnerable. And I think it's really interesting you bring up perception, because I think a large part of why trafficking happens to multiple demographics is it has to do with self-esteem. And I think when we have a negative perception of ourselves or our self-worth, it makes us more vulnerable to something like this, manipulation in general, exploitation. So I think it starts with just being in a vulnerable place as a person, which all of us endure, especially children. And that's why that demographic is so largely affected, and why Saving Jane does the work that they do.
Fantastic. Yeah, I agree with that. Next one. Brian, you raised this in the beginning, and and as a survivor myself, this is a real trigger word for us, and it's one of the reasons why sometimes people don't realize that they're even being trafficked. It's the notion of self-identification and whether survivors identify as victims or not. And so this is a point that you're very passionate about. So, and I can put in my 2 cents in terms of how I feel, but maybe why don't you kick it off? And
well, no one wants their name dragged through the mud. No one wants to be a victim of trafficking or abuse, because then that becomes an identifying factor. It becomes something that's what you see, and you create a story. Well, that's what others see, and it comes with pity and it comes with shame. But by creating that story and living in that idea, you're losing power, and you're giving power to the trauma. You're giving power to a negative experience when you don't have to, and when the past can live in the past. And that's not to make light of anything. It's not to say that trauma doesn't happen and trauma is not real, and there are not significant hurdles and steps towards really growing from and being able to triumph over trauma. But something just as simple as a word, victim. No one wants to drag their name through the mud. No one wants to be a victim, and no one is a victim. No one has to be a victim. It's just a word. And if we can just get that word out of our vocabulary and just change it to survivor, change it to superhero. That's because that's what they are to me.
So it's funny, as somebody who's been the subject of a cyberbullying campaign for speaking up and literally had her name dragged through the mud, I definitely recognize this, and it is something that, I cringe when people think, because the reason why the word victim is so difficult is that there's a lot of weight around speaking out and telling your story. And then there's also this notion of wanting to be believed when you do. And I think that nobody, to your point, I've never thought of myself as a victim. And so, there's a lot of those that suffer abuse and trafficking, it coincides and it aligns with different forms of abuse. And it was funny because a lot of people then don't realize that they're even being exploited because they're actually quite strong. And, there are a lot of anecdotes about how courage and bravery and strength are not about the absence of fear. It's about how you walk through it, and it's about how you go through something, and it's the journey. And I think that certainly that, and you mentioned, Brian, the notion of pity. The other trigger that I have, and I know a lot of survivors have, is this notion of that anyone feels sorry for us. Because actually, in the beginning of this, you mentioned the different ventures that I've taken on, and I think of other survivors and what they've done. And I always think to myself that out of trauma, and this is also in the mental health field, they talk about this, out of trauma comes these like you use the word superpower, but these incredible skills can develop that can serve you really, really well for the rest of your life in other contexts. Things like intuition, emotional intelligence, those that have suffered persistent abuse, especially emotional abuse. Because Ethan, you mentioned like the one thing that all trafficking survivors have in common is that there's an element of emotional abuse that happens before trafficking can happen. And what's funny is that those who have been emotionally abused, they equally develop a very, very strong sense of intuition as a survivor mechanism to be able to read people. And that can be used for the rest of their lives in all kinds of contexts. So that's, it's an interesting, subject that we could spend 3 hours just talking about. So the next one is the notion of the role of those that intervene to support survivors. So those that rescue and the notion of the savior complex. And so, how do we see the word rescue as another trigger word? So Ethan, you want to take that one?
Yeah, I think what's really important is to talk with victims directly and educate yourself first. And I think the best way of being an advocate really is pairing your passion with a cause that you're passionate about. Because for me, my passion is filmmaking. So if I can make a film about a survivor's story, you know, that's my way of giving back through my work, through my perspective, while also, you know, learning and creating something, you know, with them. So I think it's really important to, you know, first educate yourself, and then to advocate through something you love, whether that's, you know, dance or film or theater. You know, there's so many forms available these days to really make a change.
And spread awareness. You make awesome films. And, you know, a lot of people I love in my life have experienced trauma. And there was a time where I was that, show me that guy, I'm gonna beat him up, or, you know, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, you know how you help? Just be love. Just love me and support me and see me as a powerful human and not, you know, someone who's, you know, just don't paint someone as a victim or as having trauma or shame. Just be love and just be support. Just be a good human to your fellow humans. That's how you rescue. Just be a good person. Just be kind and loving.
The key is listening, right? I mean, I think we get caught up in thinking, like, even with the Black Lives Matter movement, I've seen so many people just jump to action. And as great as that is, we need to listen before we act.
I think that there are two things that in this savior complex, and I agree with you about listening, that are triggers and are important. Beyond listening, the next step is to believe. So one thing that I try to focus on is believing. So the last thing you want, especially when you take the courage to tell your story, is to have somebody put their own life context and their own potentially limited life context and make a judgment to decide whether or not your actions were appropriate, or whether what they would have done in your circumstance, because they haven't been in your circumstance. And so it's so important to be believed and to believe if you want to be a supportive bystander. And then I think the last one in terms of rescuing your savior complex is recognizing institutional privilege. So there is a disproportionate amount of survivors of human trafficking that just necessarily didn't win the birth lottery. And so they did have, you know, sort of predisposed factors that led to exploitation, be it economic, racial, geographic. And those that intervene, or those that come into support, rather than give themselves too much credit, could recognize that they might have won the birth lottery, and that that's not necessarily a skill or superpower of their own. It's a privilege that comes with the responsibility to share and to use that humbly and share it with those that might not have won the birth lottery, and to therefore create a community. And so rather than rescuing, it's more of identifying, you know, there are certain institutional privileges that I did not earn, and to the extent that I can use them to support somebody else, I can also then learn from their superpowers and skills, and with humility, you know, be inspired by their story, and together we can then, you know, make things better.
Absolutely. And spread that to the people who won the birth lottery, and transform that segment of folks.
Well, we all have things to learn from each other. If there's one thing that I learned from the last 15 years in Africa, is that I have benefited. I've learned more than I think that I've taught. And that's something that I take with great gratitude and humility. And I have learned, sometimes there are people that I've never even spoken to, that people that I saw along the way, or it was a 30-second encounter, but they left such a strong impression on my life that I think of them almost daily, and they drive me. And so, you know, it's funny, what we call it tacit understanding, casual role models. We can learn a lot from them. So on to the next one, because we're only on number 4. The notion that human trafficking is an issue for girls and women, this notion of that human trafficking actually is a universal, you know, gender issue, LGBTQ, men, women. So I guess, Ethan, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, I know several LGBTQ, being LGBTQ myself, who've been, kicked out of their homes once they come out at, 16 years old and are forced onto the streets. And it's a really unpleasant reality for so many young LGBTQ, and it puts them at risk, higher risk of trafficking that way. Just being, different, having a different sexuality, it makes you immediately vulnerable to this. And, in Utah, there's a huge issue with this because of, the density of the Mormon religion there, and how many, how big of a demand there actually is there for these young boys by other grown men, who aren't allowed to express themselves either. So it creates this cycle of demand and supply. And it happens to men that are also, heterosexual. So I think we need to, as you said, embrace all identities in this problem.
It's also, I think, important to know, and I hope, I'm jumping the gun because that's actually another one of the numbers, so I'm going to hold on that one. The next one that she raises is the notion of language and how important. We talked a little bit about trigger words before, and I think I can't, if there's one thing that I could express as somebody, I am not a trafficking survivor, but I am a survivor of abuse and assault. And what I will say is that words definitely matter. And people often don't realize how a very genuine, well-intentioned word can trigger somebody right down a rabbit hole. And in this case, the word raised is why. And the notion of, because what the author is really saying here is the notion of judgment, and how words can imply judgment, and how important it is. And I, if I don't have an opportunity to say this later, I will say it as many times as I can. There is a difference between, and this is important, a lot of experts don't, bystanders don't distinguish the difference between survivor sex and trafficking. So survivor sex, for example, is, I've engaged in selling my body out of economic desperation. I've made that decision. That's survivor sex. Trafficking is when there is a third party. There's somebody else who has forced you to do this. Both of them are horrifying, and both of them I put no judgment on. And I think that it's for myself, I guess I'm kind of answering this one myself, but then I'm going to hand it over. I guess, Brian, you're next, but I care about this one so much. One of the conclusions that I came to during my, in my work in Africa is that I would, if I were faced with the same circumstances and conditions, there's no doubt that I would be in the same place. So, I would be trafficked if I were in those, or I would engage in survivor sex if I had to, if I had no other alternative. And so there's a wonderful piece about actually survivor testimony, and how, and again, related to language, there's, and I don't remember his name, there's a somebody in law enforcement in Texas who has talked about how they're trying to change the laws so that survivors are not required to testify as part of evidence, because it is so traumatizing and triggering. And really what needs to happen is more, there are so many other ways to collect evidence and to put the attention on the perpetrators. And I think it's interesting to note that 0.2% of perpetrators are actually arrested, and then even fewer are convicted. And so there is a lot of attention on survivors and why did they do it, and what, and that's probably poorly assigned. And so before I speak further, Brian, do you want to add anything to this point about language?
Absolutely. Something as simple as a title on a book, a joke, a joke made about something that the joke teller has no experience with, can have so much more of an effect. And I was, just a little personal experience. I was living with a girlfriend who was an experience of, it was a survivor of abuse, and I had a book, and it had the word rape in the title, really large. It was about what happened in Nanjing, China, which is really fascinating atrocity in of itself. And she just said, "Hey, can we turn that book around?" And that really hit me, like, that's a really, really triggering word for a lot of people. And I have to respect that. And absolutely, something as simple as a book title can have such a powerful effect, and we need to listen. As Ethan was saying earlier, it's all about listening and respecting.
I think that actually, you know, because that's actually a very vivid word. That's a violent word. I think that one to also remember is that oftentimes it's the more subtle words that can be triggering, like the word why, because the word why implies I don't understand how you ended up in that circumstance.
Right. Or
And
you did
that
something
implies
wrong, you know,
disbelief.
you mishandled it.
That's right. That implies disbelief. And so anyways, another rabbit hole we could go down for 3 hours. The next one, since we're only on 6, is the notion of images and how we have preconceived notions of what the images of trafficking are, and how sometimes they can be misleading because so many people who are trafficked, they're not trafficked in shackles. They are not in physical constraints. They are hiding in plain sight. Ethan, do you want to talk about this?
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, you know, I think the emotional abuse and manipulation plays such a larger role than we think. And that's why I think the data on this issue is low. I think that's why the awareness on this issue is low, is because it's an abusive dynamic. And that, you know, people always ask, why do survivors not leave earlier? You know, why don't they take action sooner? And it's because there's mental shackles there, and there's promises, and there's sometimes debt that, you know, the abuser says you owe, and that mentally traps you. So it can be impossible to leave, and some people never do. And that's why, as we've said, these survivors are like superheroes, because it's a very, you know, dark hole to go down.
So I'll go right to the next one because I'm looking at the time and we're running out soon. This one's a really important one because when people think of trafficking, most people think of sex trafficking. But actually, you know, a lot of trafficking, arguably the majority of trafficking, is labor trafficking. And exactly. Exactly. So it's one very powerful statistic is that most people, in fact, probably no one, has an article of clothing or lives in a home that has not been somewhat created through trafficked labor and slave labor. There are 45 million slaves in the world today, and none of us. And actually, for me, that brings up an anecdote. Brian, you talked about earlier how I have, you know, I've had a couple of chapters to my life. There's the music chapter, and then there's the work that I did in Africa. That actually happened because of child trafficking. I was doing a world tour and I was performing in Thailand, and I was super excited. It was a group. We were very, very excited. It was a big deal for us. And we were taking a riverboat cruise, and on the cruise, a little boy came out of a factory and started waving at us, and he could not have been more than 6 years old. And I realized that he was forced into child labor. And what occurred to me was he is definitely not coming to our show tonight, and he probably will never see live music ever. And so it led me to take a decade-long detour from music and start the work in Africa, because of that image, and realizing that, you know, we're kind of, as consumers, we're all complicit. So I hijacked that one. So the next one, the next one, we're on 8, so we only have a couple more to go. The notion of recovery, and the length of time and the process of recovery, and whether recovery is linear. Now, Brian, you talked about how you had a life partner who was a survivor of forms of abuse. Do you want to talk about recovery at all? And then, and Ethan, you have a look on your face. I'll turn it to you.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
say something.
All I can really say is that I don't know, and I can never know, and all I can do is listen and trust and support and turn it over to Ethan.
Ethan, is there anything you want to say about recovery?
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say, you know, I've met girls who've luckily escaped trafficking. They are survivors, but, you know, they may still, you know, engage with those people from their past, and maybe keep routines in place for a while that they had when they were being trafficked. And I don't know. I think the road to recovery is definitely non-linear. I think it's different for everybody, and it can take years, and some people, I don't know, never get out. So it's just a long road, I think, and it can manifest itself in so many different ways,
And it's not always time. No one can ever say whose time it is. No one can ever tell another person when the right time is.
Right. And those survivors, and this is why we're here for Saving Jane, need the resources to move on in their lives. Like, I've met girls who have been trafficked for sex and then they become strippers later in their life. And, it's because there's not the support there when they get out to, receive an education or, pursue a career dream. And that's what we need to be focused on. And that's what Saving Jane.
For any survivor, there's a book by Bessel van der Kolk called "The Body Keeps the Score," and I think and actually Kanye West said this very well when he was Kanye West has bipolar, and so he in the context of talking about mental health, he talked about the notion of having a sprained brain, and how a lot of people don't realize that especially when you have a trauma injury, it is an injury to your brain, and so if you don't heal the injury, then you will still have an injury, which is why, Ethan, as you said, some people get back into patterns or they go to familiar places. And it can manifest in the funniest of ways. Brian, you might remember yesterday that I joked when we were recording the set, my PTSD affected my memory. And so, I always have, this kind of panic about remembering lyrics of songs that I wrote myself because it had an impact on my ability to remember simple things. And because that is part of how your brain protects itself from traumatic memories, is that it shuts down other memories as well. And so there are wonderful, the most important thing, it isn't linear, and it can have the weirdest impacts, like being touched. People think it's about being touched the wrong way. There was a phase when I couldn't be touched by anybody, like at all. Like, somebody would brush next to me in the subway and I would cringe. And so it's different for everybody, but it requires an active process. It doesn't usually just, as you said, Brian, happen over time, where just over time it dissipates. If you don't address the traumas through some treatment, be it EMDR, CBT, neurofeedback, talk therapy, something, group therapy, which is very important, and peer support, then that injury, will stay there and it will affect you. And it's an invisible injury. So others don't see it and they don't understand why sometimes you might react. Some people have anger management problems, but actually what they have is a very logical trigger that is a result of PTSD or complex PTSD from having been trafficked. We have two more, and I know we're running late.
Just the last thing on that,
Yeah.
That which we resist persists.
That's an act. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Next one. So what values survivors have? This is kind of related to the rescue complex or whatnot as well, but the notion of what is the most valuable thing that survivors have to offer, and whether it's their story. A lot of people focus on the testimony of survivors, but is that actually all that a survivor has to offer in this space to the world? So, Ethan?
Well, that's a pretty loaded question. I mean, I would say, no matter what your life path is, we all grow and change and evolve. And it's about the person the survivor is in that present moment. It's about who all of us are today. We've all made mistakes. We've all been places. So it's about, what you've learned from those experiences, but also, there's power in learning and there's power in mistakes. And I really believe that. So I think it's about embracing the person you are today. And as we mentioned, this victim complex we feed, it needs to be shifted from a victim to a survivor, from a, victim to a superhero. And that's how we have to think forward.
I mean, I will say, for me, I've built some teams for the ventures, and I think of, and he might even be tuning in. There's a young man who has worked with me for many years now. I met him when he was in college, and he survived the Rwandan genocide. And what I learned from working closely with him, and I've learned a lot from him, he had the most superb emotional intelligence. He could go into networking on behalf of our organization. He could go into a conference and he could identify who needed to be met, how to meet them, and he could bond with them. And they would walk away thinking, this is my new best friend. And what I found is that by nature of having survived this incredibly horrific experience, he developed such an incredibly rare perception for people. And Emil, you know I'm talking about you if you're on. but it was something that I found was an incredible skill. And if I had the choice of choosing between two equal candidates, I would probably always choose a survivor from the perspective that just they've been tested profoundly. Right. And that they stand stronger and resilient and a better asset to whatever organization is in their future. So the last one I'll leave with Brian, and then we can kick off the next bit, is this notion of who can help, and whether this is a space that's, and there are a lot of people watching right now, whether this is a space that's just for activists and those that call themselves activists or people who are used to speaking up, or whether everybody has a place to be able to support this issue as bystanders. So who can join in and how?
Everyone watching this can join in right now. So if you're watching on Launch TV, there's a little graphic on your screen you can click. If you're watching on Facebook or YouTube or Twitch, I'm going to drop a link in the chat. So anyone and everyone can help. And how we're doing that today is we're raising money for Saving Jane so that they can strengthen and grow all of their programs for survivors and prevention and awareness. And if you donate, we'll give you access to a new app that we've developed with our friends at Knowledge as a Service. This is a micro-learning app that can actually educate the user about human trafficking, what to look for, and how to spread awareness and education. And Saving Jane's goal in raising money today is so that they can actually start to distribute this app to public schools and get young folks, while they all have smartphones and they're all going on social media. Why don't we give them an app where they can learn about how they can look out for human trafficking, and when they might not want to answer a certain, is so that they can actually start to distribute or a modeling gig or someone that wants to show them something.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for talking through these 10 points with me.
Thank you for bringing them up. Those were great talking points. Yeah. So, Andrea, do you want to tell us a little bit about what we're going to see next?
Oh, goodness. Well, obviously, I'm super honored to be able to share some of my music as part of this. As I mentioned earlier, I went back into songwriting as part of my own healing process and as part of telling the stories of those that I had met along the way. So the music that we're about to hear has not been released yet, and it was kind of fun to throw together because most of us musicians have been kind of by ourselves in our room and trying to collaborate remotely, but we got to collaborate in the same room. I got to see my guys whom I adore. And the last time I did that, Brian, you were there.
I was there. Shout out to Brad Wagner. Brad, are you on video here? Do you want to say hello?
Yeah, I can say hi. I'm not wearing clothes though, so I'm not going to dive in.
Ooh,
I don't know.
I am here, and I really appreciate last night. That was a ton of fun. That was awesome.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Brad, for coming in and helping us and capturing it. And so so last night we got together and we did a few songs and read some poetry, and I humbly submit it to all of you as part of this wonderful event.
Amazing. We can't wait to watch.
Coming up right now, Rhea P, live in NYC.
Thank you so much, Launch Global and Saving Jane, for having me today and for inviting me to host this incredible event. I'm super honored. I'm really, this is a particular treat to have Ray Angry and Oz Noy, my dear friends, here with me. We have not played together since right before COVID, when we were again with the same group of people that are behind the camera, Brad Wagner, Brian Stollery, who were at the Paste studio, and it's been like a wonderful reunion 5 months later for an incredible cause. And so we're going to take you on a little journey for the next few minutes. I have decided to use this time introducing some music that I've never released before. So everything that you're hearing tonight, you can't hear it on Spotify or anywhere else. This is just a special thing that we're pulling out for this very special cause, and the survivors of human trafficking and those that are still living that nightmare. And so in honor of their voice and their presence, I'm going to, in between the songs, just read some testimony and some poetry from survivors, just to say it in their own words. So before the first song, and I've tried to cue them up with the songs, I'm going to read a poem and a little bit of testimony called Home Spells, A Place to Stay for Now. They say that home is where the heart is. Well, in that case, I don't have a home. My heart is still searching, still hurting to find that place that I belong, that place to call home. Now my story. As they dropped me off at my new house, suddenly I felt very blue. At first I hesitated to the door, and I thought, this would just be one more to add to my list, just another house I won't miss. I walked in with my garbage bag of stuff, mumbling to myself, this is enough. They showed me to my room, or as I like to call it, my new doom. I walked in my room and threw my bag on the floor, then walking through my door, my new family. My foster mom told me to unpack and make myself comfortable. I put up a few pictures on the shelf, thinking about how life used to be, asking God why it happened to me. My foster mom said I had to go to a new school. I take a few deep breaths, trying to keep cool. As she turns to leave, I hear her say, welcome home. I shrug it off, knowing soon I'll be on my way. So again I ask you, what is home? For my heart is still hurting to find that place called home. And that was written by Tracy. So our first song is called Cold. And I wrote it after I'm a survivor myself, and I wrote it as part of my own process of healing. And I think the lyrics and story are self-evident. So, all right, let's do it. It feels so warm to lie here. In your protective arms I'm still. With all the noise that's out there, you are my refuge, my windowsill. But life is not for watching. I chose the path I walk. And though I sometimes wish it, I can't drown out their talk. I think it's so cold outside, even if 80 degrees. My dear, it's so cold outside. Can I wear a different me? The gentlemen, they hover, their eyes adore, but their embraces make me shudder, and their words of scorn. wonder if this world could ever be a place for lady lions, a place that's kind to me. If ever I were wishing, I'd plant a single tree, a place so I could hide there when they throw stones at me. Please, I think it's too cold outside. Can I stay a while with you until it's less cold outside and they take a different view? It's not my choice to struggle. I barely said a word, but pretty faces, how they suffer in a cold man's world. Please, my dear, it's so cold outside. Just a little while with you until it's less cold outside. One day they'll take a different view. Oh God, I hate to struggle, but silence is a chore. And pretty faces, how they suffer in a cold man's world, in a cold man's world. Thank you, Ray. Thank you. That's actually the first time I've ever performed that song live in any capacity, so it's a real honor to do it for this event. Nobody's really heard that song ever, so that's the first. And I think one of the things that's important, the message about that song, and one thing to think about in the survivors of trafficking is this issue of shame. And how when you are subjected, when you get caught into that horrific cycle, getting out of it, there's a lot of blame that's assigned, and there's a lot of shame that one has to work through. And really, at the core of so many traumas is a feeling of shame, and how we work through that shame and find pride and find confidence again is a process and a journey, and that's why the journey only begins when a survivor is able to escape trafficking. Their journey, in many ways, of healing just begins, and it's a long road. So on that note, the next song, or the next testimony that I have is a poem by Valnesia, and it's called "Who Will Pray?" Who will pray for the girl who dreams? Her dreams are to be successful and healthy. Who will pray for the girl who wants? She wants to be recognized by her mom. Who will pray for the girl who hides? She hides her feelings behind her brown eyes. Who will pray for the girl who fakes? She fakes a smile so no one knows she's hurting. Who will pray for the girl who thinks she's not smart enough? She's been told over and over that she's nothing and will never be. Who will pray for this girl? Who will pray for me? And the reason why I chose that particular poetic testimony is because one of the precursors of trafficking is child abuse and emotional abuse. and self-esteem. And that is that's something that starts that really conditions and nurtures someone to be a candidate and to be vulnerable to trafficking. And that issue of self-esteem is something that happens, often society can impact our self-esteem. And I think in that moment, before I sing this next little ditty of a song, it's just important to note, there's a song that I have sung to myself, and I performed it many years ago, about 20 years ago. It was written, the words were written by William Waring Cuny. It's a lesser known poem called No Images. He was a Harlem Renaissance poet. And one day, off the cuff, in 1964, at Radio City Music Hall, Nina Simone riffed that song to a melody, and that created images. And what it really speaks to is, as difficult, trafficking is something that is genderless, it is raceless, it is classless. Anyone can be subjected to trafficking. But it is important to note that statistically, if you are a non-white woman, you are more likely to be subjected to trafficking. And so this particular song, which is sung about a young black woman, captures in some ways some of the pressures of the world on just the daily experience, and how it can affect your own view of yourself and how that can make you vulnerable to trafficking. So this song is called Images. She does not know her beauty. She thinks her brown body. She thinks her brown body has no glory. If she could dance naked under palm trees and see her image in the river, she would know. Yes, she would know. But there are no palm trees in the street. No palm trees in the street, and dishwater gives back no images. She does not know her beauty. So that's just a little, it's just little something she did off the cuff, and it stuck for some of us, and it's a song that many of us sing to ourselves when we are looking for that confidence. So before going into the next song, the next song is called Border Child, and that song, it's also a song that so the song was inspired actually by an African American spiritual. Some might recognize the melody. You might recognize the melody. It's a derivative of a song called Sweet Little Jesus Boy. And the relevance of that song was that it was the singer of that song is asking Jesus to forgive humanity for slavery. And so it felt fitting to perform I wrote Border Child in response to the border crisis. And of course, there is a strong correlation between the border crisis and of course the spike in trafficking that happens once families are successful enough to even make it across the border. And it's important to note that when we talk about human trafficking, we're not just talking about sex trafficking. There's labor trafficking. There are many forms of modern slavery. But the reality is that anywhere from 20 to 45 million people around the world are currently slaves today. So a song that was a folk spiritual written hundreds of years ago, or at least the melody was written to ask for forgiveness for the horrifying act of slavery, it's humbly worth noting that we still have slavery today, and it's hiding in plain sight. Here in New York City, where we're recording this, on any given day, you might pass somebody who's being trafficked and who is not working of their own volition, and so this song is a humble gesture to acknowledge what's happening today and the fact that we have this crisis of humanity again, and we should be judged harshly for how we are allowing that crisis to unfold. All right, so this is Border Child.
Sweet little brown-eyed girl, they made you walk alone, bowing low. Sweet little innocent child, they didn't know who you were, didn't know you'd come to show all the wrongs of our ways. Our eyes were blind, we couldn't see, didn't know how divine you were. 2 years ago, you were born in a humble town, sweet little bright-eyed girl. The world treat you wrong, child, thought you wrong too. We have so much to learn, my dear. We couldn't see the gifts you are. You tried to tell them they weren't hearing. On your knees you pleaded and bowed. Still they left you crying. Just seems like we can't do right. Look how we treated you. But please, child, forgive us, Lord.
clap to you guys, because that was these songs we haven't not only have many of us not been doing anything in a while because of COVID, but these songs are like, we have not released these songs. So this is really kind of a fun, rough jam session here. And so far, not too many train wrecks, a couple of issues, but that's okay. We're gonna end this set. You know, the thing is that it's a cycle, and one of the misconceptions about those survivors of trafficking and really any abuse, trafficking it's very similar in some ways to domestic violence in terms of the cycle of the journey of healing and the journey into it. And I think one thing that is a misconception that's really important to point out is that these young men and women who survive trafficking and who endure it are incredibly strong. They are incredibly resilient, and they are not to be pitied, which sometimes they are uncomfortable and they don't know how to engage. And I think that it's so important that we draw inspiration and we remind ourselves how resilient the human spirit is, and how much we can heal, and how much we can grow and be better. And so I'm going to end, this is an anonymous testimony, poetic testimony. It's called When I Look in the Mirror. And after this song, because of the blessing of having Brad Wagner here to tape this session for us, because he's the last person to tape me 5 months ago, we're actually going to end this set with a song called Wonder Girl, which we, by nature of technology, I will transform, more people will come into the room suddenly. And it was raining that day, so my hair is a bit flatter. But we'll get a chance to revisit that song, because that song was written very much in the spirit of how resilient young women are and what precious gems they are. And in that case, we're talking about women, but this is an issue that affects men, and you know, I'm always girls first, but I'm not girls only. So, you know, we admire all survivors. So this poem again is When I Look in the Mirror. When I look in the mirror, all I can see is a little girl I will never be. I see the worn, tired face of a girl who had to grow up too soon. I see a sister who's always scared. I see a girl who wants to change but doesn't know how. I see a girl who wants to trust people but can't, because people always broke that trust. I see a girl who wants to love but won't, because she's afraid of being hurt. I see a girl who just wants to be loved but is afraid of hurting someone else. I see a girl who wants to branch out but is afraid of being left alone. I see a girl who wants to succeed but is afraid to fail. I see a girl who wants to make people proud but always tried too hard. In that mirror, I see myself, a girl who will branch out, who will make people proud, who will change, who will trust, who will care again, who will love, and who will be loved by many and all. I see a girl who will succeed. In that mirror, I see me. So on that note, I bring you Wonder Girl, and thank you so much for having us here. And I will see you. I'm gonna transform into another outfit and be hosting this. So I'll see you in a couple minutes anyway. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Don't get lost in her gaze, cause when she looks, she doesn't play it cool. She's got plans in mind, she will break the rules. She can roll with the big boys, her thick skin won't let them get her down. God is on her side, she's got this, don't be a fool. She's got her eyes on you, cause if you let your emotions rule, boy, she'll rule your kingdom too. The world is cruel, it's hers to change. respect her, she can speak and hold her head up proud. Not a unicorn, but a real life jewel. Bet you think she's amazing, that her confidence can cure the world. But she's not alone, she's a billion strong. Don't be a fool, she's got her eyes on you. 'Cause if you let your emotions rule, what you rule your kingdom too. The world is cruel, it's hers to change and school. She is the fuel to get the job done. She is me, I am her. Wait and see, we'll be
Thank you. So first I want to make sure that I'm saying your name just like you would. Oh, wait, hold on. Nope, that's not what I want. Wait, we're going to go back now. And here we go. I had you all teed up. KALEN Lister. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Amazing. Well, welcome, KALEN. And Drea, that was such a beautiful performance. How did it feel to perform that first part of the set in COVID with everyone's in masks?
Oh gosh. Well, I had COVID back in March. So, and I'm fairly positive I gave it to Ray because we hung out right before COVID. But I am trouble. But I am. I mean, honestly, I think all of us have felt so disconnected that we can't just do what we love with our friends and with the people that we admire so much. And so it was kind of amazing to go in there. Euphoria is a great studio. We all love rehearsing at Euphoria, and they had just opened, so it was really special to be able to do that.
Awesome, you had that experience. Thank you so much for sharing it with us. It was amazing to watch. And next up, we have KALEN Lister. So, Drea, do you want to tell everyone a little bit about KALEN?
Absolutely. First of all, thanks so much, KALEN, for being there. And you're doing it live, so you get like extra props for that, because some of us didn't do that. And so, and I think that speaks to just what a multi-talented multi-instrumentalist you are, and incredibly impactful songwriter. And so you've traversed the country with your music, and touched a lot of people and been featured in a lot of spaces, everywhere from Joe's Pub to the Mint and whatnot. And you've been likened to some pretty incredible bold-faced names, but most importantly is the character and the voice that you've established for yourself as a songwriter, which seems to have left a very strong impact on the likes of Relax Magazine and others. And so it is an honor to have you with us in that very cool setup that you have there with that amazing light behind you. And what are you going to sing for us first?
I'd like to start with a song called Through the Rain. This was written with Noel Cohen in New York, and I think that it speaks to how much we all need somebody in our lives, or multiple people. I need someone who can walk with me through the rain, someone to stand by me. Good times turn to pain. There are the ones who turn wrong when the skies go gray. I need someone who walks with me through the rain. Sometimes I feel like if I It's the biggest game that we'll ever have to play. Or smile, let's meet up. Reignites all of the dreams and the hopes that I thought they had died. Yes, I did. I want so much to trust you, and every word you say, I need someone to hold me through the rain. Sometimes I feel vanish of a trace. Why need the kindness I see on your smiling face and love? Well, it's the biggest bet, my baby, that we'll ever have to place. I need someone through the rain, not just the gentle rain. Someone to stand by me. Good times turn to pain, and you know they will. There are the ones who turn, rolling skies go high. I need someone to walk with me through the rain. I want someone to walk with me through the rain. Baby boy, you crept into my life, where you got me thinking about you, baby, like, what's the time? Well, how you get so close to me? I don't remember giving you a key, but take a sneak in while I was asleep. It don't matter, cause it don't matter, cause who I was, baby boy. Be time, be born, baby boy. At the mention of your name, I start to go insane. At the mention of your name, boy, I feel the heat, I feel the flames. On my toes and on my thighs, on my thighs and on my spine, on my spine and on my all. It don't matter, cause it don't matter, cause who I was, baby boy. Be time, be mine, be mine. Please stop saying such sweet things to me. Please stop, won't you stop calling out my name, baby? Don't you stop calling out my name. No, don't you stop, no, don't you stop kissing me so passionately, baby boy. Be time, be mine, be mine. Baby boy, baby boy. So for this next one, This next one is called Hendrix Rose, and I wrote this for my daughter who was born 4 months ago, pandemic baby. I wrote this when she was in utero, and hearing, thank you, hearing all the horrible stories about modern slavery and human trafficking hit so viscerally hard for me as a new mother. Everything they say is true. It's like suddenly a part of your heart is just outside of you. And this is a song that I wrote for her about my eagerness to meet her. I have so many questions for you. Questions for you, my love. I have so many wishes for you. Wishes for you, my love. Hendrix Rose. Ooh, Hendrix Rose. You're making a mother out of me. This thing I knew I'd always be, but not to who. I don't care about the color of your eyes, as long as there is light that shines through. Hendrix Rose. Ooh, Hendrix Rose. Hendrix Rose. Ooh, Hendrix Rose. The world is in a strange place. There's still good. Someday we'll show you all the lands, shelters, toys. Always hold your hand up. Hendrix Rose. Ooh, Hendrix Rose. Hendrix Rose. Ooh, Hendrix Rose.
Awesome.
Amazing.
Beautiful. Congratulations
That
on
was
your
so
daughter,
so
too.
amazing, Kalen. And also, just we haven't spoken in a while. I want to congratulate you on the birth of your daughter and your marriage and your new home and all that. And it's so wonderful to have you here. That was beautiful. And can't wait to hear everything you have coming out.
Well, I want to play for you guys something brand new. I just wrote most of it yesterday, so bear with me, but songwriting is a vulnerable thing. And this song is sort of about those triggers that we all have. Often they're wounds that we carry from when we're really young, things that are triggered by relationships and events later in life. And right now, because I came up to Maine to have my baby, staying with my parents, and I'm fortunate to have a view of the Atlantic Ocean where I am. And it's been a really beautiful, calming, anchoring, healing thing. And this song is called The Atlantic.
Triggered by the way you run to her, like I don't need anything. Different matters more is over there, not where I am. Perhaps it isn't fair, it may no longer be the truth, but I grow out of that stare that was rooted in by you, and I can't break free, which feels heavy. Salt in the wound, it stings. Water heals everything. Jump in, jump in, jump in. Don't open up your eyes. Jump in the Atlantic. Every time you spotlight yourself, I feel you're throwing shade on me. As if nothing that we built was worth your time. Is this my shit? Easy to give up when you make your friend your enemy. Now every move you make turns on me. I can't break free. Feels heavy. Salt in the wound, it stings. Water heals everything. Jump in, jump in, jump in. Don't bring up your eyes. Jump in the Atlantic. Under the Atlantic, I slip out of these chains. I'm weightless, I'm forgiven, I forget. Weightless, I'm forgiven, I forget. Weightless, I'm forgiven, Salt in the wound, it stings. Water heals everything. Jump in, jump in, jump in. Open your eyes. Jump in, the left. Jump in, the left. Jump in.
Awesome. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My God, it must be quite a view to inspire that.
Really fun to share something new because, as you mentioned, being away from so many of my collaborators and not being able to play music with people on a daily basis, somehow sharing something new with all of you helps me feel quite connected. So thank you. I have a few more for you guys tonight.
Awesome.
Can't wait. Thank you so much, Kalen. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Not quite lovers, but we're not quite friends. Where's the ocean stop? The river ends. Pull to the water where we cannot swim. Over and over.
sorry for that push and pull. At times it's the only way that I can feel more fulfilled. You both put in by that dissatisfied baby. It keeps us searching, my baby, over and under again. Take me back to the bench where you found me on a covert operator. The guilt is now, never later. Take me back to the time when you take me over death to women bound. Baby, you don't understand. Seducer, 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 seducer. You don't know yourself. Words keep tumbling, baby, from your mouth to fill the walls you have. Right now, there it goes, baby. You disavow. Take me back to the bench where you found me. On a comfort operator. The young is now, never later. Take back time when you take me over death to women back. Baby, you don't understand. Seducer, 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 seducer,
That was awesome.
Let's leave smiling, you said. War face crumbled to tears. Promise you'll never grow angry, you said. I gave it all I got, but I'm not there. I know we both tried everything, and falling for you and then for hope. To both I clung so tightly, I wasn't sure if I could let go. Now I'm getting lighter, love, love, lighter. I'm getting lighter, love, lighter. Since you let me go, let me go, let me go. I'm getting lighter, love, lighter. People kill 'cause they're scared of death, you said. Yet none were as frightened as you. I guess you've got some killing ahead. But me, I've got living to do. I'm getting lighter, love, lighter. I'm getting lighter, love, lighter. Since you let me go, let me go, let me go. I'm getting lighter, love, lighter. Spring was late to arrive last year. I watched the buds hide their hearts from the cold. Till the fire leapt towards the branches by the shore of Williams Lake down below. And we joked at our timing indifferent, but the branches burst forth with growth. Than they did when we finally let go. I'm getting lighter, love, lighter, lighter. I'm getting lighter, love, lighter. Since you let me go, let me go, let me go, let me go. I'm getting lighter, love, lighter. I'm getting lighter, love, lighter. I'm getting lighter, love,
Awesome.
Amazing.
over my head. But it's real tough to unstitch.
you.
And we're back.
Love it.
Amazing.
Thank you. Awesome.
Awesomeness.
Oh God, thank you so much. And congratulations on mommyhood. That's amazing. You're putting out music while you're
Married.
My God, yeah, exactly.
You
And
bought a
you're married.
house in Brooklyn.
My gosh, it's been a big, it's been a big year. The rest of us have been sitting around, but it sounds like you've been busy in 2020.
More free time, I guess, right?
Thank you so much for sharing your gifts with us and with Saving Jane. This has just been beautiful. I'm a super fan now, so I feel very blessed.
I think we all are.
Yeah.
I look forward to all being in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, guys.
Awesome.
Awesome. So up next we have Grin Bear, which is a four-piece alt-rock band from New Jersey, and the lead is Brian Perino, and they pull influence from artists like Kevin Devine, Car Seat Headrest, Modest Mouse, which is one of my favorite bands. And the band's songs are often structurally unpredictable and rhythmically driven and lyrically new and forward. So without further ado, let's welcome Grin Bear.
Hello. I just unmuted. Can you hear me?
You're a little low there.
You're a bear.
Yeah, you're a little low there, Brian. Can you keep your audio a bit?
Here, how's that? Does that sound okay?
Better.
Brian. Hi, Brian. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, Ethan. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Thank you for having me. I'm really glad to be a part of this.
Actually, Brian, can you go up a little higher on your gain? Because it sounds great, but it's a little low.
Yeah. How's that?
Much better.
I can go even higher if you want.
Maybe like a hair, a smidge.
Cool. Sorry about that. Not
No
sure what
problem.
happened.
Hey, a fellow Brian from New Jersey can do no wrong.
Oh, God.
With a beard.
Brian's from New Jersey. Very
awesome. What are you singing first for us, Brian?
I'm actually gonna do it's kind of just like an intro song. It's a little mantra.
Love that.
Mm-hmm.
Can't wait.
Cool. All right. And yeah, just let me know how it sounds, because I guess it got a little messed up from my sound check, so we'll see.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you. It says
Everything sounds
cool.
great. It all sounds good.
Cool. Thank you. I just wanted to be sure.
Of course.
Very good. All right. I'm just gonna go right into another one.
Awesome.
Cool. All right. I sat down on the porch, you came out and you saw me there, sitting cross-legged, saying I'm loving awareness, saying I don't even have a preference for what happened. Loving awareness. I can identify with that which is behind my eyes, behind my mind. I can identify with that which is behind my eyes, behind my mind, behind meaning, behind the wants and needs of Brian, behind what people think of Brian, 'cause I'm the creator, and I'm the created. I can identify with that which is behind my eyes, behind my mind. I'm almost a quantumist, but what about this? What about this? What about this one? I'll figure just this one out, and then I'll calm down, then I'll calm down, then I'll calm down. Now I'm almost a quantumist, but what about this? What about this? What about this one? I sat down on the porch and you came out and you saw me there, saying I was asking, when is enough love gonna be enough? When is enough praise gonna be enough? When is enough security gonna be enough? When is enough experience gonna be enough? When is enough gonna be enough? When is enough of the phone gonna be enough? When is me sitting alone gonna be enough? When is this as it is gonna be enough? When is this as it is gonna be enough? When is me sitting alone gonna be enough? When is this as it is gonna be enough? When is this as it is gonna be enough? When is me sitting alone gonna be enough? It's enough. It's enough. It's enough. Ooh, it's enough. Cool.
Awesome. What's up next?
Just another song.
Just another song.
I don't
Just
have
another song. Don't sell yourself short.
Could not possibly be just a song.
Well, I just meant I don't have that many other options. I can either play a song. I think my only option is a song.
Is a
what I
song.
meant.
You can read a poem.
I guess I could read a poem.
You could do jumping jacks.
All right. You know what? I think I'm gonna do jumping jacks for the rest.
Great.
I think that I'm overestimating my cardiac ability though. I think it's probably a lot harder than I think. But okay, not just a song, a song. But this is actually quite a few of these are super short ones. Sometimes I just like short ones, short and sweet ones. So this is one of those. From behind light, and it calms me. Radiate light, and it calms me. From behind my eyes, they radiate light, and it calms me. Radiate light, and it calms me. Cool. Just a short one, but next is gonna be just another one, another song. I know I'm gonna keep you guys on your toes, because now I know I don't have to play a song. We'll see if I can come up with something else other than jumping jacks, but we'll see. I don't know.
She'll see.
All right, let me try this. All right. The trip to the bottom is full of stories of all the things you see. Well, they're interesting, at least. But the bottom is dark and lonesome. You search for something to talk about, but no one wants to hear it. I'll be kind when it's my time, when I realize there's nothing to realize. I'll be kind when it's my time, when I realize there's nothing to realize. Just feel alone at the bottom, feel alone at the bottom. No one wants to talk to the dark one. Make a joke at the bottom. Try to relate to your friends, disturb them. No one wants to laugh at the dark joke. Every step that you take is another one closer to your grave. My uncle told me, always alone at the bottom. He was always alone until he found me, the one listening. Sit beside myself down here, concert, making sure I'm alone, lost in a cacophony of thoughts that offer me. Can't soften these hits to my head. Hey, Pop, can you hear me? It's not that I don't care, I just struggle to feel something. All I want to learn to be me. Part of what is, and start to climb on out from it. Feel alone at the bottom. Feel alone at the bottom. No one wants to talk to the dark one. Make a joke from the bottom. Try to relate to your friends, but disturb them. No one wants to laugh at the dark joke. Feel alone at the bottom. Feel alone at the bottom. No one wants to talk to the dark one. Make a a joke from the bottom. Try to relate to your friends, but disturb them. No one wants to laugh at a dark joke. Feel alone at the bottom. Feel alone at the bottom. No one wants to talk to the dark one. Make a joke from the bottom. Try to relate to your friends, but disturb them. No one wants to laugh at the dark joke. Cool.
Woo!
How are all y'all doing? How's everyone doing?
Doing great.
On
Enjoying
Thursday?
the music, enjoying the songs. Except we really could use jumping jacks.
COVID. You know what it is?
not
We're social togethering. This is the opposite of social distancing,
social together.
and I'm glad we're doing that because we're togethering, and I love it. And you sound great, Brian. It sounds awesome.
Sounds really good.
Thank you very much. You both sound good as well. You sound great.
Aw, yay. Thanks, Mac. Thanks, Apple.
Cool. Yeah, but if you don't mind if I ask you, what made you, Ethan? I wasn't able to listen earlier. Interested in human trafficking, in getting involved with this, because this is it's a great cause, and I don't really hear many people talking about it. So.
Yeah, I worked on a film about it because a friend of mine had gone through it, and then that just opened up like a portal for me of, information on the subject matter. And so I've just since been involved with trying to make art, about the problem, because I feel like once I see something terrible happening, like I can't look away, can't ignore it. So it's become a very dear cause. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It's like, it's weird. It's almost like when something bad happens to a loved one, like something so good can come out of it. Like it's such a terrible experience and there's so much suffering, and then you can take that on and try to raise awareness and actually decrease the suffering. You know what I mean?
Totally.
So it's good that there's something that good can come out of that. But anyway, I'm really glad to be a part of this. Thank you again for having me.
Thank you for being part of it. Of course.
Of course. Cool. Okay. I'm going to do another song if that's okay.
Please, yes.
I don't start with this singing. I don't know why I did that. On the bus ride home from school, make fun of the ways I'm not like you. Like the way my hair grows, the way my nose looks, so that I can be more feminine, I can be more sensitive. Your dad told you men don't sit like that. You'd think mine would. It taught me that I can be more feminine, I can be more sensitive. Wouldn't have known anything's wrong with it. Thank you for letting me know. Thanks for letting me know. me it's wrong. Remind me I'm wrong. Remind me I'm wrong. I like to be more feminine, happy, I'm more sensitive. Round my dad did insightful that. I like the things I like, although I have no idea why. Sometimes I wish that I could customize me. Life dropped into a body. Oh. Come around, come around, come around.
I gotta say, Brian, I can because I grew up in New Jersey, and I'm also a guy with a beard. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but I felt that. Like that reminded me so much of all the music I used to go see at Starland Ballroom. Used to go see house shows in New Brunswick. You had that pop punk with the indie notes of Neutral Milk Hotel, Against Me, Defiance, Ohio. Stellar music, man.
Thank you so much. That is the nicest thing that I've heard all day. Maybe all year. There's not a lot of nice things being said.
It's been a rough year.
Yeah. So thank you. That's super. That is very sweet.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Cool. Do I have time for one or two more, or
You have time for like 3 or 4 more.
Okay, very good. Oh, that's right. I'm going. Okay, yes, very good.
10 more songs. 10
No,
more.
I can't do that. You don't want to hear that, but I'll get a couple more. This is kind of a it's kind of a funner, more fun, less serious one. Okay, here we go. Today I got up and I ran. And I run to the park. And I heard a few dogs bark. And I wish that I had a friend, a cuddly, furry, licky, friendly friend. You're so cute. Come here. I go to the shelter and I look for a dog that needs a friend as much as I need one myself. And I find the saddest dog. And I think that I could make it happy. We could be friends. You'd make me happy. I'd treat it as my equal. I'd make it happy. I wouldn't feed it the dry food, only the good stuff. You're my best friend.
Cool. Just a short one.
By the way, our stream operator, Evan, and his brother, Ryan, say hi. They're both from Wall, New Jersey as well.
Yes. Tell Ryan, well, if they're watching, they can see. But Ryan and Evan, hello. How are you doing? Evan, thank you for reaching out to me to play this. This is very nice. And Ryan, I hope you're doing really well. I haven't talked to Ryan in very long. He filmed a music video for this band, and it was very cool. So,
cool.
That's all.
Hester says hi from New Jersey also.
Hello, Hester. New Jersey is, I was gonna say great. It's pretty great, I think. It's pretty good. Where in New Jersey are you from?
Me or Hester? I'm from Somerset, like near the Brunswicks.
Oh,
Yeah, Starland Ballroom was my venue.
Very good. And Hester, you're from Union?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hester's nodding.
Union. I don't know if I've been to Union before, but very good. All right. Cool. I'm gonna do another one, and this one has a bit of a meditation at the end, so it's not only a song; it's both. It's both. So I'm expanding my horizons a little bit on this one. All right. Oh, I can love you so much, but I don't have to have you. I can love you so much, but I don't have to control you. I can love you so much, but I don't have to agree with you. I can love you so much, even while actively opposing you. All right, if you want, you can follow along with this little meditation. It's called Tonglen. When you breathe in, you try to imagine breathing in darkness, and suffering, the suffering of everyone, of all beings. Breathe out. Imagine you're breathing out light and love to all beings. So you're breathing in the darkness, breathing out the light. Breathe in the suffering, breathe in the suffering. Breathe out the light to love and be comforting. Breathe in the darkness, breathe in the suffering. Breathe out the light, love and be comforting. If you want, close your eyes, that works. Breathe in the darkness, breathe in the suffering. Breathe out the light, the love and the comforting. Breathe in the darkness, breathe in the suffering. Breathe out the light to love and to comfort them. Breathe in the darkness, breathe in the suffering. Breathe out the light, the love and the comforting. Breathe in the darkness, breathe in the suffering. Breathe out the light, the love and the comforting. I can handle anything. Breathe in the darkness, breathe in the suffering. Breathe out the light, the love and the comforting. Oh, I can love you so much, but I don't have to have you. I can love I don't have to control you. I can love you so much, but I don't have to agree with you. I can love you so much, even while actively opposing. Even while actively opposing you. Cool. That's a practice called Tonglen. It's fun. It's
very
good.
relaxing. I feel like already soothed by it.
Good, yeah. It's good to think about. A lot of people, or a lot of certain types of meditation, it's almost like you try to talk yourself into being calm. Like you're like pushing yourself to be calm. Whereas one like this, it's cool because you're breathing in the suffering and you're imagining like taking it on, and you're breathing out the soothing comfort to all other beings. And it's like, it's almost, it can almost be more comforting when you do that, because you're not running away from anything. You're opening to it all. And that it's almost like you're putting your walls down, as opposed to trying to like build up a house and then be comfortable inside that house. You know what I mean? So sometimes it's cool to do that. Yeah, it's not, I didn't come up with it. It's a Tibetan Buddhist meditation, but it's pretty cool. So,
very cool.
Yeah. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Great, soothed, relaxed, all of the above.
Cool. Me too. I'm a little nervous because I think I don't have that many more prepared, or rather.
That's okay. That's okay.
I can do. All right. I'm gonna do one or two more. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, you've already been very generous. You've given us a lot, so don't be nervous. Give, whatever.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
I'm gonna do one more. Is that okay if I do one more?
Yeah, of course.
Cool. Okay. And it is kind of a short one, but I'm gonna do it anyway. All right, here we go.
Okay.
There's a reason it's called letting go and not pushing away. 'Cause it naturally goes if you don't hold. It
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. It's beautiful to hear what you had to share.
No problem. I'm really glad I got to play this. This was really fun, and it's a great cause. And thank you all for caring about it enough to put this together and invite people to play.
Thanks for being part of making the difference.
Doing our best.
Absolutely. All from home, right? That's all the best we can do right now. Let's interact this way. Yeah.
For sure.
Well, amazing. Thank you so much again. And Drea, do you want to introduce our next artist?
Absolutely. I'd be honored. Marti Dodson, is Marti on? Is she there? She, he?
She's not. So Marti sent us a pre-recorded set from her studio in Nashville.
So I will just, so I'll start by just talking about Marti for a second. So first of all, coincidentally, lead singer of the band Saving Jane.
The OG Saving Jane.
Oh, exactly. But that's not actually her only name coincidence, because among her many, I mean, she's an award-winning songwriter and a hit songwriter at that, across multiple genres. And of course, we remember Girl Next Door, and it's amazing the success that Quarterback had. But also, it's worth noting that she's a mentor at Songtown USA, and she mentors in collaboration with somebody who is named Marti Dodson, and so it's just a coincidence, and that's quite amazing. And we really appreciate particularly songwriters who give back to the industry and the trade and become mentors. And so super excited to hear this set from Marti. So without further ado.
The OG
What's up, guys?
Saving.
My name is Marti Jane, coming to you from my songwriting room in Nashville, Tennessee, because this is how we play shows now that everyone's in quarantine. I was able to get involved with this show tonight and this organization through the Dame Connect with my old band. The work that they do is a lot more important and a lot better than the work that I ever did on the road, but I'm excited to be here and play some songs for you guys and support them as they offer support for survivors of human trafficking, which is a huge issue all over the world, but here in the States especially, and in Nashville especially, because we are a fairly big hub for that type of activity. So it's an important cause, so thank you guys for being here. It's a little weird that I'm just talking into the void, and I hope that you're out there and you're watching. And I'm gonna treat this like a Nashville songwriter round, which is we just sit there and we tell you the stories and then we play some songs for you. And that's how we're gonna do this tonight. And the first song that I'm gonna play is one that I wrote about growing up in a little bitty town in Southern Ohio. And it was, I think, 1,500 people, and very country, kind of mountainy. I know Ohio doesn't sound like Appalachia, but we were right there by West Virginia and Kentucky. So lots of country music, lots of country fans, and I was this rock and roll kid in that little bitty town. So that's what this song is about. This is called Hillbilly Punks. Friday night in a nowhere town, I was sweet 16, just hanging around. Me and him back and forth with a bottle of something I stole from my big brother's closet, sneaking a smoke from a Marlboro pack. He always joked and I always laughed, barely making that midnight curfew, and promising, baby, I'll never hurt you. It's a million miles away, but it feels like yesterday. So when you see those flannel shirt kids turn up the road, baby, don't you forget what it was like to be young and in love. We were the same way once, bumping beats from your trunk, teen spirit on the dirt road, love drunk, hillbilly punk.
looked cool when he played the guitar. Red lips and a black leather jacket, whatever good was, yeah, baby, we had it. And it's a million miles away, but I feel it every day. So when you see those flannel circus tearing up the roads, baby, don't you forget what it was like to be young and in love. We were the same way once, bumping beats from the trunk, teen spirit on the dirt road, love drunk, hillbilly punk. Hillbilly punk. And the crowd goes wild at home in their chairs by themselves without me. All right, I'm gonna have a little sip of my quarantini. If you have one, feel free to join me. Bartender sucks here. That's me, I'm the bartender. What am I gonna do next? All right, I'm gonna play a song. This is one of my favorite songs that I've been a part of in the past few years. And if you follow country music at all, there's a band called Thompson Square, a duo. And this is a song that I wrote with them that's on their most recent record, Masterpiece. And it's called Breakers. If you are somebody like me and you consider yourself a fixer out in the world and you find all the broken people and you try to make them whole, that's kind of what this song is about. So here we go. They say I heard the ones you love the most. I must be lucky, really must love me most. And I'm never gonna understand why you can't be happy if you know I'm happy. No, loving you is putting my hand in the fire and hoping it ain't gonna burn this time or the next time, or the next time. 'Cause some people are leavers, some people are stayers. Some people run when it gets too tough, but some people are braver. You're supposed to love me, but I can't make ya. And I'm getting tired of giving all I got to a taker. Some people are fixers, some people are breakers. And I'm never gonna figure out what I did to you to make me lose your love. But it was one too many times that line you crossed it, and this time it cost too much. Turning your back on me way too soon. You would have thought I asked for the moon. All I needed was for you to be there. But some people are leavers, some people are stayers. Some people run when it gets too tough, and some people are braver. You're supposed to love me, but I can't make it. And I'm getting tired of giving all I got to a taker. Some people are fixers, but some people are breakers. And I give, and I give, and you take, and you take. And I've been, and and you break me. And I give, and you take, and you take. And I bend, and you break me. Well, I guess you're a leaver, that makes me the stayer. You couldn't run when it gets too tough, but I'm a little bit braver. You're supposed to love me, but I can't make it. And I'm getting tired of giving all I got to a taker. Some people are fixers,
roller breakers. And I give, and I give, and you take, and you take, and I beg, and you break me. So you can go check that out on Spotify or Apple Music on Thompson Square's record Masterpiece. I would play you guys a happy song, but I don't write those. I'm gonna do one of my faves. I know I say they're all my favorite, but this one, sometimes I'm just out of ideas when I'm trying to write songs, so I go cruise on Pinterest and see if I can find cool quotes. And this is a song that was inspired by one of those. I saw this quote that said, "Don't ever plant your flowers in the garden of someone who's not gonna water them." And I was like, light bulb, that's what I've been doing. So this is a song called Roses. You plucked me off the vine with promises and wine. We had a good thing for a while, back when I could make you smile. But I gotta bloom before I die, and I think it's time I realize if you ain't ever gonna rain on me, I can't wait forever. Tangled up in the tumbleweeds, lost out in your desert. I'm not meant to dry up here, marching on like Moses. You might turn to bones and dust, but some of us are roses, roses. Well, I grew myself some before. Now you don't touch me anymore. These roots of ours know that I changed, and I love you still, but I can't stay. Maybe you ain't ever gonna rain on me, I can't wait forever. Tangled up with the tumbleweeds, lost out in your desert. I'm not meant to dry up here, marching on like Moses. You might turn to bones and dust, but some of us are roses, roses. If you ain't ever gonna rain on me, I can't wait forever. Tangled up with the tumbleweeds, lost out in your desert. I'm not meant to drive here, marching on like Moses. You might turn to bones and dust, but some of us are roses, roses. Thank you. I don't have any fancy audio equipment here with me, so I hope everything's coming through on my little speaker. Took a little break for tuning, and I'm going to play you a song that I just released in April under my name, Marti Jane. You can find it everywhere. And 2020 has been quite the ride. I know it has stolen a lot from all of us, and none of us are alone in that, but this year it also happened to take my dad. We lost him in May of this year, and when I first found out that he was sick back in December,
the first thing I did was write this song, and I got the chance to put it out and let him hear it before he passed away. So this is Exist. It's not home if you don't meet me in the driveway. It's not real if I don't say the words out loud. I know you're tired, but if I had it my way, we'd fight this thing another 100 rounds. People say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, but they never tell you some things can do both. I'm just one more asking for a little longer. Are we ever really ready to let go? 'Cause I don't know what I'm doing, and none of this makes sense. If you're gone, then how does the sun come up? And how do I exist? So I'll keep you in my mind the way I knew you. Always hiding all your scared behind your tough. You never let the hardest days undo you. I hope whatever brave you gave me was enough. 'Cause I don't know what I'm doing, and none of this makes sense. If you're gone, then how does the sun come up? And how do I exist? Yeah, I know it's part of life, but it seems so cruel. If God was gonna take you back, then why'd he give me you in the first place? But I'm still glad he gave me you. Even if I don't know what I'm doing, and none of this makes sense. If you're gone, then how does the sun come up? And how do I exist? If you're gone, then how does the sun come up? And how do I exist? So I hope you guys go check that out. And there's a video that's lots of pictures of me and my dad from growing up and all throughout my life. So I would love it if you guys got to see that and see a little bit about him. Learn a little bit more than what you can just learn through the song. Let's mix it up and do something a little more fun and light. I wrote this song with my friend PJ Jew. She's also a songwriter here in Nashville. We had a writing session one day and we were just sitting around talking about how awkward and weird we both are, which I'm sure you guys can't tell at all from watching this little performance here. But we came up with this idea and we've had a blast playing it ever since. So this one's called Nobody's Cool. I never grew out of my awkward phase. Don't know how to act in a public place. And I second guess every word I say. It's just the way I am. Some people know how to pull it off, looking like they always got it all together. But the more people I meet, the more I believe they're just making it better. 'Cause everybody's got a little bit of weird kid in them. Wanna fit in where it's so washed in. Acting like they really don't care about nothing but low-key, wishing the whole world loved them. I've been there too till I learned this golden rule. Baby, stop trying, 'cause the secret to life is nobody's cool. I really hate that small talk pressure. Back in my brain to say something clever, and then I'm just talking about the weather. I never get it right. Well, sure about your party, but you gotta know I didn't really wanna go. I just wanna feel like I'm part of the in crowd. Don't wanna be left out. Hey, I just needed the invite. 'Cause everybody's got a little bit of weird kid in them. Wanna fit in where it's so washed in. Acting like they really don't care about nothing but low-key, wishing the whole world loved them. I've been there too till I learned this golden rule. Baby, stop trying, 'cause the secret to life is nobody's cool.
sit at my table. 'Cause everybody's got a little bit of weird kid in them. Wanna fit in where just don't watch them. Acting like they really don't care about nothing, but low-key wishing the whole world loved them. I've been there too till I learned this golden rule. Baby, stop trying, 'cause the secret to life is nobody's cool. Nobody's cool.
So one of the cool things about moving to Nashville to pursue songwriting and not just being an artist is that I get to write every day with the hopes that another artist is going to cut one of these songs, and that happened in the case of this one, and I was really excited because it was probably one of the bigger moments that I've had. This was cut by Luke Bryan, and it's written obviously from a guy to a girl, so just picture me in my Luke Bryan tight Wranglers. And it's called You Look Like Rain.
Sunday mornings, me and my Saturday nights, you and all your colors, me and my black and whites, you and your lacy cotton up against my whiskey skin, saving me the way you always do it. 'Cause I'm held up here on the highway, and you're the that spins in a gust of wind that's blowing by. I'm a desert dry, but in my thirsty eyes, you look like a rain. You look like a rain. You and your stained glass windows, me and my cracked windshield, you and your quiet beauty, me and my can't sit still. 'Cause I'm held up here on the highway, you're the hell of New York kind. I'm the dust that spins in a gust of wind that's blowing by. I'm a desert dry, but in my thirsty eyes, you look like a rain. You look like a rain. Girl, I'm held up here on a highway, and you're the hell of New York kind. I'm the dust that spins in a gust of wind that's blowing by. I'm a desert dry, and in my thirsty eyes, you look like a rain. You look like a rain. You look like a rain.
Feels real awkward to sing that in my little room here. But anyway, you can check that out. It's on the Farm Tour EP. Please check it out. Quarantine time. I'm gonna do a few more here for you guys. I think I have about a half an hour. And so I'm going to play something for you guys that has not been heard by anybody but me and my dog, Gary. One thing that I've always wanted to do is write a record completely by myself, and quarantine has certainly provided the time for that. So I had a couple week phase recently where lots of songs were coming out, and I realized they all kind of fit together, and I decided to make this record. So I just started recording, and this is the first song in the title track. It's called Quarantine, just about how most people hate being stuck inside by themselves, and I love it. So first time ever, here you go. I've spent my life in some kind of self-imposed solitude, watching quiet the world go by, and I've put on faces, gone places never saw myself going to, convincing strangers that I'm just fine, and everybody's falling apart without each other, and I'm just business as usual, and everybody's trying so hard to keep it together, and I'm just wondering why I never knew this wasn't normal. How did I miss that my routine is everyone else's quarantine? The small talk, it feels like performing. I think they call that introvert. And when other people say boring, it feels like my safe word. And I'm just trying to make it look cool and unattainable. I guess you could say that I'm going for mysterious, but deep down I know that I'm not cool. I just don't know how to not take myself so damn serious. I'm somewhere in between my own head being the whole world's quarantine. Secretly glad the time stopped, not just for me but everyone. For the first time it's like I fit in, wearing my same old skin and knowing they all have to try it on. And I miss the world moving too, yeah, I miss the scene. But the truth is, when we get through this, I'm gonna miss quarantine. World premiere. How about that? I didn't play it great, but that's something. I played it. I think I have time for one more with you guys, so I'm gonna play my only greatest hit that started it all, that got me here with you guys tonight. I was 23 years old when I wrote this song, and I wrote it about this girl who used to come and see my band play, and I just thought she was like the most beautiful thing, and she always was like dressed to the nines and just hair perfect, makeup perfect, and I'm on stage and like sweaty and just slinging microphone stands around. And so I got this idea in my head of like how I would never be like her, and that's what this song came from, which was a hit for my band Saving Jane, and the reason that we are all here tonight, Saving Jane, stopping human trafficking, and also just making a better life and a better world for the survivors of human trafficking. So thank you guys so much. And this is Girl Next Door. Small town homecoming queen, she's a star in this scene. There's no way to deny she's lovely. Perfect skin, perfect hair, perfumed hearts everywhere. Tell myself that inside she is ugly. Maybe I'm just jealous, I can't help but hate her. Secretly I wonder if my boyfriend wants to date her. She is the prom queen, I'm in a marching band. She's a cheerleader, I'm sitting in the sand. She gets the top on, I'm sleeping on the floor. She's Miss America, and I'm just the girl next door.
she must be here. That since she was never the last one standing. A backseat debutante, everything that you want, never too harsh or too demanding. Maybe I'll admit I'm a little bitter. Everybody loves her, but I just wanna hit her. She's the prom queen, I'm in the marching band. She's a cheerleader, I'm sitting in the stand. She gets the tire bump and I'm sleeping on the floor. She's Miss America, and I'm just a girl next door. Oh, I'm just a girl next door. I don't know why I'm feeling sorry for myself. I spend all my time wishing that I was someone else. She's the prom queen, I'm in the marching band. She's a cheerleader, I'm sitting in the stand. I get a little bit, she gets a little more. She's Miss America, yeah. She's Miss America, and I'm just a girl next door.
Thank you guys so much. It's been a pleasure. You can find me everywhere at Marti Jane on Instagram, at Marti Jane Music on Twitter, on Spotify and Apple Music as Marti Jane. Enjoy the rest of the show, and thank you so much for being here.
Everyone, that was the OG Saving Jane we just heard from. What is everyone's thoughts? That was an amazing set.
Amazing.
Awesome.
That was incredible. It was so great that she could contribute that.
Yeah, super cool, super accomplished woman. So glad to have her be part of our show. Next up, we have one of my favorite bands tonight, Mars Motel. So Mars Motel, we have Justin from. Welcome, Justin.
Hello.
A little bit about your band. You guys are a dream rock band from Brooklyn with an immersive sound that reflects 1990s Britpop, early 2000s New York rock. And more recently, you guys are incorporating like a cosmic dreamscape sound, and it's very Pink Floyd. So very excited to hear from you guys tonight. How are you doing?
All things considered, doing pretty well. As you know, it's a weird time. But yeah, I mean, I couldn't ask really for more right now. Healthy, doing relatively well, still trying to play a little bit of music. So
yeah,
it's awesome.
We're all contained in our homes, so we're lucky.
Yes. Yes.
Amazing.
Social togethering.
Social togethering.
Zoom style.
Yeah, exactly.
So awesome, Justin. So what are we gonna hear first from Mars Motel tonight?
Yeah, so I don't know what I know you have 3 videos from something that we recorded during what we're calling the Eclipse session. And so this was back about 2 years ago, actually, in August of 2018. If you guys remember, there was a pretty gnarly eclipse, like a full solar eclipse during the day. So on that, people were traveling like all to the States to the trail of the eclipse. Yeah. And that day, we actually went into the studio to record a live EP. And these are some of the, so we did all video. We had the full setup. The lead of the band, Sarek, who is in Vermont right now, which is why he could not join. But his dad runs like a film company, and he did like the professional film treatment. So it was a lot of fun for us. Our first time as a band in the studio. So I believe you're gonna, if I recall correctly, Hit the Floor is the first track. And these are all out on Spotify, but here's the actual live video feed from it. So hopefully it's something everyone can enjoy.
Yeah, and Green is in there, and
Green's in there.
Just to mention, I don't know if you mentioned this, Ethan, but Sarek and Mars Motel was our first musical guest with our first Saving Jane series back at the beginning of COVID. So this is full circle, and we love Mars Motel, and we love your band, Horizon Problem, which is you're coming back. You're doing another launch show soon.
Yeah, August 20th, full set with that one, an hour long. We're getting those tracks together as we speak.
So,
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Great. All right. Without further ado, shall we watch?
Sure. Thanks.
rock it.
Thanks for always rocking with us. Yeah.
For sure. Thanks for sharing it.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Before it's a pickup dance somewhere off in France. I hear the speakers roar. I move through the crowd, I see these faces, people I can't recall. It's 11:04 and I just want more. Can't you fit the pieces? I think up, I'll end up a fire. I'll bring with me some friends and tea. They keep me out company in the car. They shine the light as they move to me, walking through all this people. They push to see over there. I can't see where I am. find your smile. Fade away, run to all the unseen, making clouds with plasticine. I hope you never learn my ways. With your liquor and sin, life's too short to give up, so don't cry. Live your life high in the sky. Walked on 4 miles, only to find your
That was unreal. Thank you so much, Justin. Do you want to talk about some of those songs? I know we heard Hit the Floor, and I know we heard Green. Those are some of my favorite Mars Motel songs. Any stories or any kind of words or insights that you want to share around those tunes?
Yeah. So actually, Hit the Floor is a B-side. We kind of consider it a B-side. It was when we all first met, which was kind of like a mix of Sarek knew one guy and then the rest of us were Craigslist finds. And it was definitely like a very random assembly of characters. And Hit the Floor, Sarek had a bunch of songs that had been written already that he was trying to create a project out of. And that's actually where Green came from. But Hit the Floor was one of the first ones that was kind of incomplete. that we all came into together and wrote that. And we all had kind of an affinity, we took a liking to it, and we just decided that we didn't want to release it as a full single. It didn't really fit into like the story that we were trying to tell with our actual singles. But we wanted to do it in that video session because we all love the song. We play it live all the time. It was definitely in the live rotation. So we wanted still a way to document that. So we brought it to life there. Definitely one of the more like driving punk rock style songs. A lot of fun. And yeah, just felt appropriate to do there. Green is like the anthemic song. You'll hear that pretty much in every set that we do and every set that we have done up until now. But that is usually like the second to last song we play, where everyone's feeling great and the vibes are all loving and everyone's happy, and you see the rosy cheeks in the crowd. It's a really great song that kind of brings the whole feel together. It's just always one of our favorites. That anthemic guitar line and all that. So
those are those songs and those photos. Like, I love those Bowery photos when you guys packed the Bowery Ballroom. So many smiling faces up there.
They're funny about that. And then all the pictures you see from that, if you see any of them that are like purely green, it's all during Green. We hired an awesome lights person for that show, so all the photos came out amazing. That was a great one. Yeah, and I believe the next one that you've got coming up is The Enemy. That's one of our main show closers, actually. The one that you're going to see in the video is our recorded version. We just did the kind of recorded version live. But if you ever get the chance to see one of our like live videos, we take that song to very interesting places toward the end to kind of close it out. So a lot of energy in that. Was our first single actually that we ever officially released, with one of those like standard little YouTube animations and introducing ourselves to the world as a band. So it's kind of cool. It's definitely a special place for us, this next one.
Cool. Awesome. And just shout out to the Mars Motel at Sultan Room that never happened because of COVID.
So sad.
That was one of the shows I was most looking forward to this year.
Man, don't even get me started on that.
Yeah,
I was so bummed.
That's the year, man. What are you gonna do? And
yeah,
so we're all coming together to heal and innovate and adapt together. So
it'll come back bigger and stronger.
Absolutely.
Real quick, while we're all here, let's just remind everybody to visit the lower third and donate to Saving Jane if they're here, so we can continue raising funds to put the app out.
Should we also, especially because we're running, we have a little bit of filler, should we take a moment to talk about the app, like for the next in between?
Yeah, and I think we also do have another reel of guest speakers that we can throw up. So maybe after this next tune, we'll throw up a demo and a demo of the platform, and we'll throw up some guest speakers. But yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you brought that up, Ethan. And the reason we're all here is we're promoting a new app for Saving Jane. That's kind of a fun, gamified educational tool that Saving Jane is raising money for in order to get this into public schools, to educate children and help prevent human trafficking. So we all need your support. Anyone can be a fighter. So if you want to help Saving Jane and really just help make it a better world, please consider making a donation to Saving Jane. We have a lower third if you're watching on Launch TV. We have a link in the chat if you're looking at the stream on Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube. And thank you for being here. And we're really grateful for all of these amazing artists, our amazing hosts, and everyone that's tuning in. And that said,
every step you take, following you down the hall, coming up from down below. They see you as you fall. Catch them and remember them. See your letters safe now. The enemy will take them.
Hey, we'd love you to download the game and follow along. Just head to the App Store, look for Micro Learner. You want to download that. It'll only take a few seconds. And then you want to go ahead and create an account. Enter your info. Then you want to go to enter code. A code will be emailed to you once you make a donation, and that will unlock the game Abolitionista, which is the Saving Jane trivia training app. The more you play, the more you can win, the more you can educate yourself around human trafficking and how to prevent it and how to share awareness with loved ones. Play along and we'll see you on the leaderboard. Please consider making a donation to Saving Jane so they can continue all of their amazing work.
I'm Penny. I'm the owner of APM Model Management. I started my company almost 25 years ago. One of my main goals was to ensure the safety and well-being of my young girls. APM has partnered with Saving Jane to bring awareness to the unfortunate reality of human trafficking. APM and many of its models are committed to do all we can to eradicate all forms of human trafficking.
My name is Ishan Shah and I'm 17 years old and I'm a student from the UK and founder of Stolen Dreams, which is a communications organization that bridges the gap between young people and the issue of slavery and human trafficking today. So back in 2016, I watched a documentary about child trafficking and exploitation, and this was the first time that I found out that slavery still existed today. I learned about the abolition of the slave trade here in the UK back in 1833, but I didn't know that slavery still continued to exist in the shadows of society. And so I went into school the following week and I asked every student in my year groups, that's 156 kids, I asked them all, did you know that slavery still exists today? And not one of them knew. And I was shocked because slavery isn't just an issue happening in faraway countries and faraway communities, but it's happening right here on our doorsteps. It's happening in the clothes we wear, in the foods we eat. And we are encountering it on a day-to-day basis. And also, we as kids, especially during this COVID-19 crisis, when we are spending a lot of time online, we are at risk of being exploited. And so I was determined to raise awareness about this issue to young people. And that is when Stolen Dreams was born. It's a platform where children and young people can come together to learn about this issue, to fully understand what slavery and human trafficking are. But also it provides them with tangible, simplistic, and important calls to actions that they can take and that they can sort of introduce into their communities as well to tackle this issue. And that is one of the things I love about Saving Jane and the organization and everything it stands for, because I am spending so much time around young people and talking to them about some of the greatest human rights issues of our time. And when I found out about Saving Jane's comic books, I was immediately drawn to them and I love them so much. And kids love comic books nowadays. And the way Saving Jane's comic books are created and the way they're narrated, developed, and illustrated is so engaging to young people. And it's such a creative way to introduce hope and compassion into such a harrowing and complex topic. And the app, which I had the opportunity to demo, does just this. It raises awareness, but it also provides people with additional resources, reading, and also calls to actions that they can take to tackle slavery and human trafficking. So the app is just incredible. And sort of piggybacking off what Saving Jane does, and what my organization does, I think it's really important to understand that slavery is a degradation of our common humanity and we are all at risk of being exploited. But it is as equally important to understand that you and I, we as global citizens, can play a huge part in ending this crime. Through raising awareness, writing to local government representatives to adopt a robust strategies to help survivors, buying products that are high quality and less frequently to counter the fast fashion industry, staying safe online, buying secondhand, sharing clothes with friends and family. There are so many ways that we can tackle slavery on a day-to-day basis. And I really strongly believe that together we can create a world where freedom is a universal concept and where every human being has access to basic human rights. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Indrani Palchaudhry. I'm a director, a photographer, and a social justice advocate. I'm also a board member of Saving Jane. I won the Tribeca Film Festival Disruptive Innovation Award and the CNN Expose Award for my work against trafficking. I'm teaching a class this fall at Princeton on mobilizing millions with art and film for social justice and human rights. And I believe that as we deal with the consequences of the slavery of our past, we can't forget those who are enslaved today. One of the greatest human rights violations is slavery, and today there are more people enslaved in the world than at any time in human history. A large number of those are women and children. And while we have laws and police forces and governments that are meant to protect the most vulnerable, they're not doing their job. So it's up to each of us to remind our local politicians and police forces that we care deeply and we want to end trafficking and provide rehabilitation for survivors. Join us at Saving Jane to learn more about what you can do to help and how we can end modern slavery.
Hi, I'm Robert Feeney. I'm one of the co-founders of Knowledge as a Service. And what we do is we deliver knowledge to large enterprises in quick bursts over the course of time in the flow of work so that ultimately we're able to change behaviors of large workforces. We actually do this out in the public too. And that was why we saw it was such a clear fit. When Kathy Ann of Saving Jane approached us, we thought, oh my gosh, Saving Jane needs to engage people to form new habits, new behaviors around awareness of this critical issue, this atrocity that happens. Saving Jane needs to activate volunteers, needs to activate donors, and then educate everybody on the impacts, the real difference that it's making. I think Kathy Ann has done a brilliant job of incorporating storytelling into Saving Jane's advocacy, and that's exactly what this app does, but in a new groundbreaking way. In that bursty format, we're incrementally telling a story. The problem is most of us just don't have any time. I mean, we all care about so many different things. We may care about climate change, we care about cancer research, we care about raising our families well. When are we going to spend the time we need on driving awareness and taking action around stemming human trafficking? So I'm not going to spend the time in a classroom or watching a long-form video, but I will play this app. Personally, I'd heard about human trafficking when I was attending a church. It's a really great church in Los Angeles called Metro, and they took on this issue, and I thought, it's not really a churchy issue in my opinion at the time, but I admired it tremendously. And at the time, we were using our app, not in workforces, but out in the public. We were working with the U.S. Department of Energy to help shift people's behaviors, like you and me, who are energy customers, so that we'd save energy. It was a conservation project, and it was really making a difference. So I easily could have just repointed what we were doing with our app to the public around human trafficking, but I didn't. Again, it was like, all right, I'm busy doing this. I don't have time to do that. It took Kathy Ann and Saving Jane to put some real muscle behind it before I said, yeah, I think we can do this together. And that's the point. Where it feels like we don't have time, there's got to be a little put behind it. So we're asking you to play the app so that you can be part of that swell, that that we're going to put behind it by having more and more people play this app and drive some awareness unobtrusively through their day. When a question pops up in a gamified way, we're all engaged on a ticking clock for just less than a minute to answer one question and to take one thing that Saving Jane would like us to think about or do differently into our lives. And with enough repetition over days, weeks, and months, we change our habits. I'm looking forward to what changes for me. While I'm playing this app, what new behaviors am I going to take on? I want to be able to have my eyes open to see the earmarkings of human trafficking activity and to know what to do about it. I mean, do I intervene? Do I report it somewhere? What do I do? I want to be able to protect my loved ones. I want to be able to say something to someone that's going to have them protect their loved ones and know what to do. So, I'm taking this on. I invite you to do it too. See you on the leaderboard.
Hello everyone, my name is Jenna, and most people know me as a fashion model, but I am also a student, frontline worker, and an activist. I'm in the fortunate position where I really didn't know much about human trafficking before I started working with Saving Jane. And I think many of us hear about human trafficking, but don't necessarily understand just how prevalent it is in the world, and let alone in America. And because many of us don't believe it can happen within our communities or cities, we don't know what to look for or how to take action if we believe that someone may be a victim of trafficking. I often get asked about my modeling experience in kind of a whispered way. People want to know the bad stories and expect to hear something traumatic. Again, I have been extremely fortunate to have not been in that position throughout my career, but it doesn't mean that others haven't. What really shocked me and brought to light about human trafficking within my industry is the case of Jeffrey Epstein. The fame and power he held and the amount of time it took to persecute him sets an example as to how human trafficking is treated in this country. Because his case showed that if someone of a high level of power who was trafficking fashion models couldn't be caught, then really, every other trafficker was seemingly off the hook. His behavior went unexcused for years, and as a result, hundreds of young and underage women were exploited. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. An industry like modeling attracts many vulnerable and young girls as well, and many don't have a fully developed concept of their boundaries and identity, and some may be willing to take advantage of every opportunity presented to them for the promise of fame and money. Now, despite all the horror that occurred around Epstein, I hope that his case sets an example of what needs to change within the country and also serves as a wake-up call. Being a model doesn't mean that your life and well-being needs to be at risk. It means that we need to continue to educate our communities and neighbors about what the signs look like and hold our justice system accountable for the horrors that should not be occurring in our own country. I hope that by working alongside the team at Saving Jane, we can continue to educate and create awareness so that we can protect our most vulnerable populations. And I speak on behalf of models and independent contractors everywhere who have been taken advantage of, who have been put in compromising situations. Learning to take control of a situation that is within your hands and learning to take steps if you encounter yourself in a position that is out of your control, you can use that to protect yourself and learn to protect others as well. So with that, thank you for joining us today at Saving Jane Fest.
Hey, we'd love you to download the game and follow along. Just head to the App Store, look for Micro Learner. You want to download that. It'll only take a few seconds. And then you want to go ahead and create an account. Enter your info. Then you want to go to enter code. A code will be emailed to you once you make a donation, and that will unlock the game Abolitionista, which is the Saving Jane trivia training app. The more you play, the more you can win, the more you can educate yourself around human trafficking and how to prevent it and how to share awareness with loved ones. Play along and we'll see you on the leaderboard. Please consider making a donation to Saving Jane so they can continue all of their amazing work.
Awesome. Woohoo! Thank you, thank you. Kirsten, how you doing?
Good, how are you? Hi,
Doing so
Ethan.
well.
Hey, Kirsten, good to see you.
You.
I feel like I have to yell because you're standing far from the webcam.
You're coming in so clear on the audio. It's like,
I
got it.
Is this like
This is Morgan.
Hey, nice to meet you.
So Kirsten, it is such an honor to have you, Dr. Moon, with us, and have Morgan, your collaborator. It's when I feel like you obviously your music comes from a very authentic and honest place as a survivor yourself. I can relate to that, and I'm always I'm always inspired and emblazoned and heartened and endeared to meet a fellow survivor who has taken up the sword of the pen as a way to heal. And I can't wait to hear your music. You see yourself as an alchemist of sorts, and obviously you are a storyteller of not just your story, but also how your story, the thing that a lot of people don't realize is, sometimes when people talk about survivors, they talk about us as if we're extraordinary. And although we are extraordinary, right? We are extraordinary, but the story of survival is actually quite ordinary because it is so common. And a lot of people don't recognize how common it is to be a survivor of abuse or assault. So can I ask you, as part of your journey of recovery, first of all, what were some of the insights that you found were most important, and what were some of the surprises in terms of what you wished your support network said to you that maybe they didn't, or some things that maybe you did receive that you didn't realize would be so important to you? Talk me through that a little bit. I'm dying to hear.
Sure. I have a bit of a unique circumstance with my my story, because I didn't start healing or any kind of rehabilitation until about 13 years after the incident. So as far as like what I wish my support network had said at the time, that kind of shaped my entire adolescence, because nobody knew what I was going through. So they weren't really capable of giving me the proper kind of support, because there was no awareness of what I had actually been through. So I was just acting out with all of these behaviors and all of these trauma responses that nobody understood, and they just saw as bad behavior. So I was kind of, I want to say muted, or I was muffled and really held inside of myself for a very long time because I wasn't aware of how to express what I had been through or what I was feeling about it. So yeah, so it was just kind of like in healing and starting that journey, I'm seeing all of the ways that I possibly could have started this journey sooner, but didn't get the chance to because I didn't have the proper vocabulary.
Well, it's also really amazing. I find it fascinating how incredibly smart our bodies are.
It's
And
nuts.
yeah, how, oftentimes it's actually not, in one of the cases for myself, not even consciously, the memory was suppressed because that would protect me. Like 100%. Not having to think about a traumatic memory is actually a pretty, logical thing for your body to do, and they're kind of doing you a solid to a certain extent. But it's amazing how we can disassociate and how we can, kind of fool ourselves into thinking that if we don't remember it, it didn't happen, and therefore we're okay.
Yeah.
But yet you talk about acting out, but then the other part of our bodies does the most incredible thing, because they give us these random reminders that we kind of have to piece together, and they don't always make sense, but they do make sense in the whole picture. But they don't make sense individually in those moments where sometimes people react to us and think, why did she just do that? Or he just do that?
Oh yeah, so much. I absolutely hear you, yeah.
And so what did you find 12 or 13 years later? What was the epiphany, and what was the part of your healing that you found provided the most important transformation?
Oh my. Well, it's actually sort of crazy, but I had been having flashbacks and scary dreams and memories from the time I was 21 years old. So I started having flashbacks a while ago, but then didn't acknowledge that they were real, and I thought that they were dreams, and I didn't think that it was actually something I had been through until I guess I had just left an abusive relationship, and I was very, very alone, and it was Christmas, and I didn't hear from anybody, and I was really sick, and I went to sleep. I did a full moon ritual because it was a moon that night, and I went to sleep, and I woke up at 4 a.m, and I threw up, and I wrote a song, and then I fell back asleep. And then I listened to the song the next day, and it told me my story. And I was blown away by my brain's capacity for it. Was the loneliest I had literally ever been in my life. Like I was alone for almost 3 weeks. This was like pre-quarantine, we weren't used to this. I was alone in my apartment for a really long time, and I just went to the depths, I guess. And going in there and soul searching for that, it just flew out of me. And then as far as starting the actual healing process, I played the song at an open mic, and I found my first producer ever. And then I started a band. I started working with musicians for the first time. Like I had been writing privately for a decade before I shared my work with anybody. And then I was sharing it little by little, but that song was the catalyst that gave me my work, basically.
Amazing. That's amazing. And let me ask you another question, if I may. For a lot of survivors, this issue, we talked about it earlier in this festival, this notion of shame and also this sense of burden. So it's funny, a lot of survivors, myself included, we spend a lot of time thinking about how to balance being authentic and telling our stories, but not making the listener feel too bad having to listen to what is an uncomfortable story. and we all of these tricks of how we can be like, oh, but it's okay, I'm good now, or something. and yeah, we put all layers on it. And so talk to me about that, and what you how you handled that, or what are some of the tricks for yourself, and how you overcame this, because it is important to say, for those that are listening, somebody is listening to us talk right now, and they are a survivor and they haven't told anybody, or they didn't realize that I had somebody say to me, oh gosh, it's so amazing, it's so great that you speak about what you've been through, as if they were an observer. And then they told me a story and I looked at them as if like, you don't acknowledge, they didn't even notice that what they described to me was a violent assault or a violent violation, because they had so disassociated. And so somebody is listening right now and they're trying to bridge what it would feel like to be a present and open survivor versus the battle within to suppress something. And what would you say to them?
Oh, that like you telling that story is about to make me cry. I don't really get the opportunity to talk to a lot of people like this about what I do. Launch has really been amazing I've actually started to, really tell my story, really get to connect about it. And that was exactly what you're describing is why I keep doing this, because the first time I started playing it, like I have somebody come up to me after every single one of my shows to connect about it. And I've had women before where we're at a bar and they'll open up to me, they'll tell me their whole story, and I always have to be like, let's please put a lid on it. This isn't the space. I want you to be safe. Let's go get coffee like later in the week. But I always acknowledge, like in my shows, that if you don't have anybody to talk to, you can talk to me. And I think that I've been working really hard to try to build authentic relationships and really, really work hard on my own communication so that people feel safe, because that's what I found the most in so I'm in a trauma therapy program that's a rehab program that's for PTSD specifically. And it's PTSD and it's a clinical therapy. So basically it's not talk therapy. We have like exercises and it's a textbook. And the first step before, and I've been in therapy for almost a full year for this specific program, and we don't even talk about the trauma yet, because the first most important thing is to develop a sense of safety within yourself. So if you can't develop that sense of safety within yourself, then it's going to be re-traumatizing every time you go back through it.
At this point, I'd really like to pick up on this, because a lot of people have a misconception that the way that you heal trauma is by talking to somebody about the trauma. There is a value in talking to fellow survivors, but it's very easy to re-traumatize in talk therapy. And actually, talk therapy is like kind of the bottom of the list.
I'm not even allowed to meditate.
Well, there you go. Exactly. So a lot of people don't realize that, again, trauma is an injury to the brain. And the way to fix that injury is through, as you said, certain clinical techniques. Myself, I did EMDR and I did neurofeedback, and it was funny because other than having these symptoms that were popping up, and like you described, I had sleep paralysis and those other issues, but they did a brain scan and he told me that I had the brain of a combat veteran. And I didn't think of myself as somebody who had complex PTSD. I looked at other people and I was like, wow, that's amazing. And I see myself as high functioning, but it was eye-opening to realize again that that we can have these injuries that we have been working around because our brain is so resilient. And I think it's important to tell those that are listening in this moment that the most exciting part about if you do have PTSD is that our neuroplasticity is the most incredible thing. And with therapy and treatment, we can heal, like truly heal and do remarkable things and become superhumans in our trauma. Exactly. So, and that's amazing. So, so all of this being said, I'm so looking forward to hearing your healing through your. So if
hearing and healing.
Yes, hearing and healing.
Exactly. So can you introduce your first song?
Yes, absolutely. And I just really quickly want to say, we just so I do have the music that that song that I threw up, that is available on Spotify under Kirsten and the Pretty People. But the Dr. Moon thing is, Kirsten and the Pretty People was live. So it was like a full 14-piece band that we recorded. So the Dr. Moon is my first endeavor into actual recording. So I'm going to play some of those songs tonight, the Dr. Moon songs. And our EP that we're recording right now is called Lost My Body. And the whole thing is about dissociating.
Amazing.
So wow, that's
back. So there you go. So
wild. So yeah, this first one is called What Would You? And it's my it's how I relate to if I like somebody.
Fantastic. Thanks so much.
Thank you guys.
So much.
Dr. Moon, Kirsten. Over to you.
Okay.
What would you say if I told you exactly how I was feeling? What would you say if I told you exactly how I was feeling? What would you say? A heart is not stone, but one can grow harder with every passing blow. I'm holding mine close. Use me, but you take it slow. I'm trying to learn what I don't know. Like, what would you say? What would you do? Do I even have the space for you? Are we wasting our time? Is it artificial? Is there plastic in your smile, or should I fall? What would you say if I told you? You're a room with a view. You're putting a spell on me. The feeling's new, not what I'm used to. Use me, but you take it slow. I'm trying not to fall in love. It's never enough. What would you say? What would you say if I told you exactly how I was feeling? What would you say if I told you exactly how I was feeling? What would you say if I told you exactly how I was feeling? What would you say if I told you
Guys, thanks so much. That's awesome on the cajon, Morgan. Woohoo!
I wish she could be on this. It's just a little too hard with the computer, but she is so crazy.
Honestly, I love me a good rockin' cajon. I think,
100%.
I'm loving this. You guys are vibing fantastically, and I totally relate to. And I swear I didn't hear the song in advance. I didn't realize how well I was teeing it up for you, but like that that notion of like worrying and being preoccupied about how somebody will react to your story.
Oh, yeah.
How you want to connect with somebody, but like people will kind of be like, you're too intense or something like that. Or like, oh, that's a bit too much. And it's kind of like, no, what happened to me was intense. It happens to a lot of people. So probably it's a good exercise for all of us to learn how to listen and receive and believe. And
yes.
Yeah, but we spent a lot of time wondering what they're gonna do. So I think that was a lot of people can relate to that message. Thank you for writing that, and thank you guys for rocking it out so well. What's the next one?
That is so good. Thank you, Kirsten. That was unbelievable.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this next one is another new one that I will do. I think this one is very. Okay, so I just have it's like a quick little story, but basically like I had mad crazy feelings for somebody that like it was just like too good of a friend and you can't go for it and you can't say anything. But we were out at a bar one night and he asked me how I was doing, and I was like, oh, I'm fine, I'm totally fine. And he was like, no, you're not. And he like really saw me and he was like, how are you doing? And I burst into tears. Just because I felt seen and I was just like super overwhelmed and it was crazy. So this song is called Little Armored One, and it's about being overcome with emotion. I say it's about crying in public, but it's about being overcome with emotion. And Little Armored One is about an armadillo. That's what it means.
That's awesome.
The moon snuck through your window to hold you in its light. So tell me why you're crying all the time. Little armored one, he said you're lying. I can see it in your eyes. Guess I'm just lonely tonight. Guess I'm just lonely tonight. I can't tell when I am safe. I make a lot of mistakes. I just wish that I felt great all alone in my head. I give too much to those that take, claim that I can't feel heartbreak. Half the time my strength is fake. You got me playing pretend. Tears come without warning. They fall straight from the sky. No, I cannot control the rising tide. Little armored one, why can't you soften, straighten out your spine? No, you have nothing to hide. No. safe. I make a lot of mistakes. I just wish that I felt great all alone in my head. I give too much to those that take claim that I can't feel heartbreak. Half the time my strength is fake. You got me playing pretend. You got me playing pretend. No.
Woo!
Thank you.
Amazing.
Thank
Awesome chords. There were some jazz chords in there.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you so much.
And tell us, where are you performing this? I'm seeing the staircase and whatnot. This is somebody's living room. Whose living room?
Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness. So, my friend Julian Giamo is our engineer, and at the beginning of quarantine, he was living in Washington Heights, and then he just like up and got a whole house in the woods.
Oh my goodness, that's awesome!
Yeah,
we're friends that support things like that. Awesome.
So we've all been careful, and we all quarantined before we got here and everything, just because this was so important to be able to do. So we really took all the precautions, and like it's been the best week I've ever had. I mean, we're just like up here in this cabin. We're eating kale from the garden for breakfast. It's a crazy place.
Amazing, you're detoxing. And it's funny. Speaking of trauma and whatnot. There's so much great research that talks about how detoxing physically your body can actually also heal PTSD.
Yeah.
So it's kind of amazing. I have, some friends that are kind of detox experts, and we talk about that. And,
yeah, I started like before I really was able to talk about it, I was doing hot yoga for a few years, and that really, really helped. Like my symptoms, I mean, I didn't really know what I was doing, but my symptoms were alleviated every time I did hot yoga.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
That was nuts. You just like sweat out your demons.
There you go. Exactly. Literally. So tell us about your third song. That last one was awesome. What's next?
Let's do one of the Pretty People songs. So we're gonna do one of the. I guess we'll do Fairy Tales, the one that I threw up. I think we should do that one. This one is very, very important to me. Yeah, it's just it is my story.
This is the one. This is the 4 a.m. one.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Cool.
It was so easy to fall for you. We were just kids. I didn't know that you could hurt me. I didn't pay attention. Looked past the lies, ignored all the signs, pretended that it was fine. I never talked about it, 'cause when I did, no one believed me and no one listened. Girls like me don't get to believe in fairy tales. When boys like you decide what our bodies should do, so many men share your hands. I feel at home when I feel scared. I never found someone who would treat me with boys like me don't get to believe in fairy tales. When boys like you decide what our bodies should do.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
Those lyrics are, clearly, those lyrics pick up a lot of themes that we talked about earlier, and that a lot of survivors think about. The first one being the importance of being believed, and honestly, I really don't want anyone scrutinizing my story. I don't want to have to, there's something that people talk about. I don't want to have to tell details to the extent that that means that I have to justify, or, it's like a mini trial.
Yeah.
I want the experience that I share, whatever I choose to share, I want to be believed. And the other thing that you in your hook, and also in one of your verses, you talk about, well, first of all, your hook touches on the sense of entitlement, and this idea of how men in society feels that our bodies, that they're entitled to our bodies. And one of your lines, you say that you didn't fight back, or that you didn't resist. I'm paraphrasing. And it's funny because we talked in the beginning about disassociation. And I think it's to tie it back into the theme of human trafficking, which is why we're, sharing our stories, is for those to be a proxy for those, those women and men who can't, is that a lot of people don't understand. It's a great misconception that the only time it's not consensual is when you fight back. And in fact, there's a term that psychologists are starting to use that we didn't know back in the day. And it's this idea, like right now, the current nomenclature that the courts use is no means no. And there is a new movement to transition to say, actually, it should be yes means yes. As in, if I do not give you affirmative approval to my body, anything less than that means no. Because disassociation is such a real thing, and that it's actually logical for many of us. Our form of fighting back is to do that thing where we hover above ourselves and we just kind of, our brains and our souls get out of our bodies and we just kind of leave it for a while. And so I think it's incredible that at 4 a.m. your instinct was to write those lyrics, because you were actually describing, very well the experience of so many survivors. It's your story, but it's also quite a universal story for those of us who have been through assault and abuse. So thank you so much for sharing that.
Wow. Thank you. And for everything you said, it's just all very, it's all very incredible how, I think that education is absolutely, key and needs to be more open. I come from a very conservative place. I'm from the middle of Pennsylvania. We're not the middle, like the side, but still it's Pennsylvania. And
I'm just north of you.
Yeah, so it was like a very Christian upbringing, very like, you don't really, they don't talk about what it's supposed to be like. They don't talk about what it's supposed to be. They don't talk about what it's supposed to feel like, how you're supposed to interact. And I was forced into something that I wasn't ready for when I was way too young to know what the difference was. So it's like, with more open communication and more education available, then like people will be more equipped to not only help themselves, but to advocate for other people and to help other girls that don't know what is going on with their bodies, like dealing with these animals, like, so it's, yeah.
You're giving a really good segue, and I can't resist but to jump on it to just say, as a reminder, and I think in the bottom third of this feed, you can find out how to donate, but like a lot of people are uncomfortable figuring out what role they can play. If you can't think of any other role, then just donate to organizations like Saving Jane that have figured it out, or that, there are many organizations. Saving Jane is a newer one, and they're doing great work and they're collaborating with others. But you're saying something very important, and it goes back to, we all, many of us, could have avoided a lot of what we experienced if we had been taught that it was okay to speak out and talk about it, and that we wouldn't feel bad. If you know, to share a small snippet of my own story, one memory that came back to me in my recovery process was when I was about 8 years old. I was almost abducted during a class trip. There was a pedophile who approached me in a McDonald's. And the funny thing about it was that, and I was, you know, a teacher saved the moment, but they did a group, like a class discussion about it. And my takeaway as a little 8-year-old girl was not to talk about it again, because I felt like I had been publicly punished. And I don't think that that's what the teachers intended, but in my little 8-year-old brain, I was like, okay, so the lesson is that if this ever happens again, don't tell anybody, because I might be embarrassed again and I might have to go in front of the class and talk about that. And so it really is a reminder that bystanders need to think about their language carefully, and they need to themselves think about how they can be so open to however we choose to share, so that we know that it's okay to share. And
the only person I ever told when I was younger called me a liar, and then I never told anybody else again.
Exactly. So this notion of being believed is so incredibly important, and that's part of the great work that Saving Jane is doing, is to help others understand that, and to be a source to believe those who are those who have experienced this. And by you sharing your story, you allow us to have this conversation. So I want to thank you so much, because it's not easy to talk about these things in front of a bunch of strangers, hundreds of strangers and whatnot. But by doing so, somebody out there is that much closer to saying, oh, so it's okay for me to tell my story. And in fact, it is that activism. The more people understand that there is nobody listening right now that does not directly know somebody who is a survivor. There isn't a single person listening. They just might not know who it is in their network, but they know somebody who is a survivor. And so this is something that all of us can do, is just create a more warm and welcoming, non-judgmental space, so that young women, younger and younger, and men will tell their stories sooner and prevent them from future abuse and assaults. So do you have another song for us?
Sure. Yeah. Let's maybe do I Remain.
Great.
Yeah. Okay. So I wrote. Yeah. This one's called I Remain. It's actually one of the new ones. But it's about being addicted to feeling bad.
Okay, so and before you sing this song, because I see Brian, so this is probably our closing song of this set. Any last words before you sing I Remain? Any last imparting messages or whatnot that you'd like to share?
Well, just thank you. You're amazing. This has been Saving Jane is an incredible organization. I'm honored to be a part of this, and I'm very grateful that I was asked to do this, and I'm very glad to have met you. This is gonna be this is like the best week I've ever had. So I'm just very, very thankful for this happening. And I appreciate everything you said and everything that you guys are doing with this festival. I think it's really powerful.
Well, we are super grateful to you for your bravery, your courage, your thoughtfulness, your vulnerability. A lot of people, vulnerability has a funny word or connotation. I think one of the most powerful things that we can be is vulnerable. And as a songwriter, you know, to me, that is actually one of the strongest qualities that somebody can be, is vulnerable. And when you as a songwriter are vulnerable in front of audiences, is an incredible gift. So we thank you for that. And let's hear I Remain.
Well, and just to add, that's why both of you, Drea and Kirsten, are some of my favorite musicians, two of my absolute favorite songwriters and musicians. And Kirsten, I just want to thank you, Kirsten. That was amazing. And everything you're doing, and also Drea, everything that you shared. This conversation has been unbelievable. I am so moved and so inspired by both of you and Morgan. Just breathtaking, amazingly powerful women. And I just want to thank you so much, Kirsten. This has been amazing. Your songs are so beautiful and so meaningful. And this is how we shift the paradigm. We do it together. It's a community movement. Shift happens when we create a society where it's not brushed under the rug. And we're changing that dialogue.
And if I may, Brian, because you raise a really important point that a lot of us think about, a lot of bystanders who see something, you know, in the subway it says, if you see something, say something, and they use that for terrorism protection and whatnot. But a lot of people think that abuse and assaults are private matters between two people and are not their business. And I think especially as we go through this time in America where people are reflecting on what is the role of the bystander, we'll know that women's rights are starting to happen in particular, and I'm talking about women's rights for a moment, when people think that the knee-jerk automatic reaction when they see something that's not right is not, that's a matter between you and that person, but actually that's wrong and I need to say something about that. And so we're moving there slowly. We can move faster, but I think that is something that everybody who's listening, who is not a survivor, if you're a survivor and you're listening, we believe you. And that's the most important thing to know. If you are not a survivor and you want to know how to help, then start thinking about how to build that muscle so that next time you see a sign of something, that you realize it actually is okay to speak up. Because the default response should be, it's not okay. What you're seeing is not okay, and somebody needs to speak up. And the burden should not be always on the survivor to have to do so. All right, Kirsten.
Could not agree more. Thank you, Drea.
Great. Also, I just forgot, I always forget these things. I just started a blog. It's pagingdrmoon.com, and it has sections. So it's my songs that I'm doing lyric videos based around PTSD symptoms, and it's writing excerpts of my process of feeling and healing those symptoms in blog format. That's like my writing and then the song that came out of that feeling. So it's like my journal entries surrounding when that song happened. So it's pagingdrmoon.com, and I have 2 posts up. I just started.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Kirsten, for sharing. I remain.
Yes, here it is.
It is. Okay.
Don't know why I have to call you underwater, trying to breathe in. If life could be kind, maybe we could rewind and come back up for air. But I am fully drowning in our sin. Things won't change if we stay the same. And yet I remain lost. My body, it's floating in space. I can't find my place. Oh my lady, oh my lord, am I an addict? Dug your way down through my flesh and bone. It's never the end, I'll see you again. I need you down to my soul. Yours the kind of love so slow. Things won't change if we stay the same. And yet I remain. Lost my body, it's floating in space. I can't find my place. Throw your words with the precision of a knife, spill my blood, but the delivery was kind. Lose myself, oh, just the way like here I am, here I stand, taking back my life. Things won't change if we stay the same. And yet I remain. Lost my body, it's floating in space. I can't find my place. Oh, you know, I have to leave soon. Have to learn to make myself a home. It's never the end, I'll see you again. I need you down to my soul. But now I have to let you go. Now I have to let you go.
Thank you so much, Kirsten and Morgan. Dr. Moon, you can go to Kirsten's blog, pagingdrmoon.com. Keep writing, keep speaking out, keep connecting, keep sharing. Thank you so much for the gifts that you give to all of us. We really appreciate it and look forward to hearing more about your journey to recover and heal and live your superpowers. Thank you.
Woo! Thank you, Kirsten.
Thank you. Thank you, Kirsten. Excellent.
Thank you. Right. So over to you, Ethan, right? We've got one more band tonight, right?
One more band tonight. And my hair is on the verge of like exploding, but
your hair looks perfect.
We're on the final stretch, guys. Here we go. So our last artist of the night will be Laura Newman from the Abracadabra Field Trip, which love the name already. Laura is a voice of liberation and she's a multidimensional artist. She's in New York. She's a prolific singer and songwriter. She opened for Neil Young when she was only 6 as the diva of the church Stop Shopping, which is
amazing.
If you ask me. So Laura is the lead singer of the Abracadabra Trip. It's a tongue twister. A mobile concert that plays on the roof of a bus at parks and down the streets of New York. How cool. Welcome, Laura.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. I would love to say it actually was 6 times I opened for Neil Young, not the age of 6, but that would have been cool too.
I was the age of 6.
I was trying to figure that out and I was age of 6. Wow.
Why did you like stop me there? I'm so sorry. I mean, hey, I made you look really, really amazing there for a minute.
Well, actually I was, you kind of hit on maybe the meaning of that, which is I actually was a child prodigy singer because at the age of 8, actually, I started singing in a church choir in Denver. And for some reason, I just had this, kind of perfect pitch and stuff. And so I started singing concerts at the Denver Symphony Orchestra from a really young age and getting paid for weddings. That was when I was like, this is a good job, like $75 for a 10-year-old is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Hey, I think it all relates. It all makes sense.
Yeah. So yes, this is, I think, maybe my third or fourth launch show, and I gotta tell you, I'm so excited because I've been doing these by myself, but I just had my second rehearsal with the full band of Abracadabra, and we're planning to start getting on the bus again and doing live shows out in the wilderness. And we've only performed in New York City for years at parks and creating dance parties with hundreds of people, and obviously that's not safe right now. So we've been looking for what to do, and we're returning to the original concept at the very first meeting, which was I wanted to take a bus out into like the Catskills and do a concert somewhere, out in the like a big field or next to the Gunks or something, and have a picnic with friends and family. So we're actually going to go back to that original concept and start doing that actually at the end of the month. So yeah, we're really excited. Yeah, we're going to partner with Launch, and we were talking about drones and like cameras and doing all kinds of cool stuff. So I can't wait to do it and to be performing again and performing in nature, which is really what I love to do. So yeah.
We can't wait. And thank you, Laura, for being such a constant part of Launch. And for anyone who hasn't seen, when you're walking down around Union Square or Tompkins, and you just see this bus and you hear music and you see people dancing, it's probably the coolest thing I've seen in New York in the past 15 years. Like, it's the coolest thing ever. And the art that you create is unbelievable. And we're so happy to have you here, and so happy to partner with Abracadabra with everything that we have planned. It's really exciting.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're all about spreading love. And tonight I've chosen love songs that all of which I've written, and all really correspond to like a different person in my life. Sometimes I find these songs are like a way for me to process emotions. In fact, I remember when I was going to theater school at NYU that, the idea of a musical is that those are the moments that, you cannot say it, but you can sing it. Like, it's too deep to express through talking. So you sing your emotions. And I was like, that's such a beautiful thing. And maybe part of that kind of stuck with me when I became a songwriter, because at first I was a singer for a long time. And it wasn't until later that I started writing songs. And I think the good ones came from like a place that was for me to understand myself and even and also to communicate to the person that I was writing them about. And actually, before I dip into those, I've been kind of getting back in my church roots lately, and I've been doing the artist way. Have you guys ever done this thing?
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So my friend is doing it, and I tried to do it years ago, and I did like 2 weeks and gave up. But this time I'm like going for it because I have no excuse. I'm pretty much unemployed, which means I'm a full-time singer.
COVID.
Now. Yay. I also work as a filmmaker, so I tend to make a living shooting video. And so I've been doing this book, and one of the things we were asked to do is to create an artist prayer. So I'm going to read you my artist prayer that I wrote, and I hope it all inspires you, because the big thing I'm getting right now in the world, and also in music, and in particular in Abracadabra's function as this public show that really can reach anyone. I always love accessibility, and I've been an activist for a long time. So there's a way in which Abracadabra like actually does that. We play for the homeless. We play for, people we disagree with politically. We play for people who don't speak English. We play for tourists and locals and cynics and fans, and everyone's together. And there's this vibe that gets created that is really risky and strange. And I think that's part of what Brian's saying. It's kind of like, wait, is this happening? And I didn't even think it could happen. I was convinced we were going to get shut down by the cops immediately. And it's just nuts. They were like, yeah, sounds great. Like, how long are you guys going to be? We got like topless women dance on the bus. The music's great. Everyone's like, dude, this is awesome. Let's party, So what's next, I think, is really harvesting and like understanding the healing power of music, because there are studies that have proven you can heal and prevent PTSD in people who have experienced a trauma. And everyone right now on the planet has experienced a major trauma and multiple traumas for a lot of us. And, that's what we're dealing with tonight with Saving Jane. It's like, there's not only preventing trauma, but there's dealing with trauma. And one of the most powerful ways, one of the oldest ways that we have done this as humans is to dance and sing. You release energy, you let out frustration, you stomp it out, you know, you emote, you have a safe space to emote, to cry, you know, like, oh my God, I love this song. It's like, yeah, you're letting go of that stuff that happened to you. So that's really where I'm putting my energy, is how can this music be as healing as possible and touch people and really give people a space to emote and to release the emotion that's there for them. So this is a prayer that I wrote. O great creator divine, we are healing as a collective, a species, a planet, by your generous love flowing through our cells and watering deserted places. In nurturing this journey to peace and vitality, we ask for your support, care, and grace to ease suffering, unite partners, unleash joy, and inspire creative acts of great innovation. May we share abundantly our gifts, words, and resources, so all may know your kindness. Send angels, muses, and grand ideas to our network of peacemakers and artists. Let us feed each other, create power through compassion, and build a safe world for all children to thrive. Help us to know that we are united, loved, and matter very much.
That's beautiful.
Beautiful. Thank you. And then today, I wrote this poem, but I think I'm gonna skip the poem. I'm gonna go with this song, because you guys wanna hear me sing, I know. Let's do it. So maybe we have time at the end. So this first song, this is about like one of my great loves, and that like desire for it to be better. And so here we go.
There's a truth in numbers, the faithful know this best. Now I know it seems we ain't moving, but that's because you're light years ahead. We could be so damn happy. Oh, we could be so damn happy. Oh, the easy thing to say is I love you. The easy thing to say is I care. I'll give it all for the taking. So don't ever let me take you down. No, now you can speak, but in my way. I want it all, but not today. Remove all the fear and doubt. It's magic that we swim about. Catch me up, I want to come. You're the plant and I'm the sun. Atoms and neurons and boys and girls, and let's go play. Let's go play. Oh, 'cause we could be so damn happy. Oh, we could be so damn happy. Oh, now let's break bread, break this woman on the altar of the bed. She's the tiny one in the corner, demanding all of your love. No, we could be so damn happy. Now we could be so damn happy. We could be so damn happy.
Thank you very much. I think that song's interesting because it's about like we could be happy, but you say the word happy so much, you can't. People just start to feel happy. I feel happy when I sing it. It's a cool thing. Language is powerful. Okay, this one. Oh, you got the Abracadabra trip bus behind you, Brian.
See that? This is the bus. So if anyone wants to just see an image of
awesome,
how freaking dope.
Yo, and that picture is from the time that Tycho, who's the bus driver there in that picture, he pulled up in front of Madison Square Garden, and we were not. I was like, oh, like we did not plan that. And so I just started talking to the audience. I was like, ladies and gentlemen, we are so honored and privileged to play Madison Square Garden. I've been wanting to play here my whole life. Now, granted, I did think we would be inside, but this is pretty close, and I'm just really thrilled to be here, you know? And we were
qualifies. It qualifies.
It was amazing. And you could see The Who was playing that night, so the sign was up, and we were just there, and there were like 400 people. And who knows, maybe The Who was walking by, and we killed it. Like the band, it was like, I've never felt so much energy from the band. We were like so lit. And there's an improv, actually, if you get a chance, it's called Madison Square Garden. That's what we named this improv song there's a free jam that we did that is epic. And that's on our YouTube channel, Abracadabra Trip. So go watch it, it's pretty fun. This next one is about how much we're a reaction to each other. And we think, you know, we're just individuals like walking around, especially in a relationship. But you know, we're really like creating each other all the time and reacting to each other. So this was the way I was working to tell the same guy in the first song that thing.
Found a man who opens his eyes when I do in the morning. A love so easy, he could be me. Maybe that's why I'm so mean, but I'm just a reaction. Oh, I'm just a reaction. Oh, can't stop thinking about the worst. Our ending won't be happy. I want to please you, don't know how. You tell me just be myself, but I'm just a reaction. Oh, I'm just a reaction. If I am, then I'd like to think we all are evolution and all. It's just a reaction, and I'm just a reaction, and I'm just a reaction. Just a reaction, and I'm just a reaction, and I'm just a reaction.
Thank you. You know, what I love about that song is just this idea of how we really feed so much from each other's energy, and particularly survivors do. You know, it's funny, there was this documentary that unpacked women's intuition. And, you know, there's this thing, women's intuition, we talk about it, and it turns out that it's a biological function that we develop, that others develop. Anyone that is non-white, straight, you know, whatever male develops, and it comes from when you walk through the world in some degree of danger, which a lot of our survivors are accustomed to, and how we are feeding off the energy, we are reacting to all of the cues that others are giving us. And for those who are survivors, they develop this incredible intuition. And so the women's intuition is just because it's actually dangerous to walk through the world as a woman. Wow. And that's where it comes from. And it's a real thing. It's a skill. And it is part of the superpowers of being a survivor, is this idea that when you, especially those that have endured persistent trafficking and persistent trauma every day, is to survive, they learn how to pick up on all of these subtle cues. And so I love how your song is explaining how, you know, this idea that you're a reaction, we are not living independently. We are responding to others, and they are responding to us.
Absolutely. We're an organism.
That's right.
And we're, you know, highly tribal.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's incredible how much we just feel each other, read each other. And, you know, one of the most powerful lessons of my whole life was from a self-defense class that I actually took. Actually, I didn't take it. I was a filmmaker for this class. And then I was like, I want to take this class. This is so amazing. It's taught by Michelle Gay, and it's called self-offense. And it's this idea of giving people the power to be on the offense and be like creating their safety actively rather than coming from this place of, you know, defending themselves. And so many self-defense classes are about, you know, how to get out of grabs and kick and, you know, all this stuff. But the teacher, even though the teacher is
why wait that long, right? Like the whole
Well, also, yeah, her whole thing is like, she's actually karate. She's like a 6th degree black belt. So she can do that. But when she teaches the class, she actually teaches communication. She's like, anybody who's going to come and, you know, assault you or steal from you or anything like that, the first thing that's going to happen, they're going to have a conversation with you because they're going to see if you're a good victim. And one of the ways to not be a victim is to, you know, immediately create boundaries and say no to stuff. That's my favorite thing she teaches, is just say no to anything. Even if they seem really cute, you're at a bar and you're like, oh my God, this guy just asked me for a drink. Just say no, just to see how they respond, because you get to see if they respect a no. And it's right there, you see who someone is immediately, you know, like if they go, oh, you know, oh, never mind. Like, it was nice to meet you. You're so pretty. Like, have a good night. You can be like, oh, wait, actually, I changed my mind. Like, I would like a drink. Or if they go like, oh, you want a drink? Excuse me, bartender, get this lady a drink. It's on me. Like, they're not listening to you, you know? And, or same if they call you a bitch or something, you're like, okay, you're definitely not someone I want to talk to. And just saying no to somebody is a really generous thing to like immediately say like, hey, can we have good communication here? Or are you a jerk? Like, let's find out. So
a super powerful nugget of wisdom. And, you know, in this, part of the show, we're trying to find, ways in the here and now that we can empower others to be better and, to be safer and to help others be safer. And I think that litmus test of just seeing how somebody responds to the boundary of the word no, super powerful.
Yes. So, it also trained me to stop thinking that no was bad, because I used to be like, oh my God, I don't want to say anything. And one of the things she teaches, she's like, if you say maybe or later, that is a no. Like, you're clear it's a no, they're clear it's a no. Right. So you don't even have to say no. You can just be like, oh, I don't, maybe, probably not, but maybe later. Like, that's a no.
That goes back to, in the previous segment, we were talking about affirmative consent and how moving in the direction of affirmative consent. Anything less than yes, absolutely, can't wait right now is no.
Right.
Make out with me right now. Exactly. Yes. Exactly. Let's actually, I was going to do an improv with my really fun loopers and stuff now. So maybe we'll do a no song.
Okay.
Can I get like one other, maybe just like word or theme or something y'all want for this song?
Oh gosh, a theme. Well, let's see. Since we are, so what are some of the themes that we've talked about tonight? You need one word in terms of the theme?
Or whatever. You could also, one thing I love to do, we do this on the bus too, it's like, give me a song title and we'll just make up a song.
What you allow will continue, or what, something.
That's great. What you allow will continue.
What resists persists.
Oh, and that's the opposite of that. What resists, what you don't resist persists. There you go. Yeah, that was what you said earlier, Brian. So there you go. Perfect.
It has a lot of S's in it, though. I kind of like the first one. What was it?
What you allow will continue.
What you allow will continue.
Oh, what you allow is what will continue. Or I don't know.
I think as a lyric, like what you allow will continue is very strong. Okay, I'm just gonna write this down. What you allow will continue.
Ooh, cool.
Okay, here we go. Wish me luck. Let's do some harmonies on this. So right now for you music geeks out there, I'm using a TC Helicon, Voice Live Touch 2, and also an RC 505 looper. And This is an experiment in living. Here we go.
And I'm living with it.
That was where it.
Awesome.
That's fun.
Awesome. It's pretty amazing. That's
an anthem. I cannot believe you just made that up on the spot. That's amazing. You're still a child prodigy at heart. I see it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I love it. I'm gonna play a song called Fearless. And this is another one of my greatest lessons. This actually happened while I was going to nutrition school. I really like school. I go to a lot of schools for all kinds of things. And there was this amazing moment where we were at Lincoln Center. This was for the what was it called? The Institute of Integrative Nutrition. And there were like 3,000 people in this class, and it was at Lincoln Center. And this girl gets up on stage to ask a question, and she's like, she takes a breath and she looks out and she sees the crowd and she freezes and she's like, she's terrified. And the host guy, the MC, he's like, "Hey, miss, you look a little nervous." He's like, "Look, let me just ask you, are you actually nervous or are you just excited?" Because they actually feel the same in the body a lot of the time. And she's like, "I'm excited." And she just like lit up. And so that was one of many lessons about like, especially like things like stage fright. I used to like almost pee my pants when I was doing those things at 10 years old. I would wear a pad in my underwear because I was so scared I was going to pee myself on stage. And then at some point you realize like, oh, actually that fear is like aliveness, you know, it's excitement. So just remember that next time you're really scared. All right, so this is called Fearless. Mama tells me I'm so brave. Seems like I'm never afraid. But I'm fucking scared all the time. But I've learned to enjoy it. This feeling of excitement. Like the first time I met you. My love is fearless. My love is fearless. I wanna dance, but no one else is moving. I see your eyes locked in mine. Then you give me a smile, and the butterflies rise. And if you feel them too, then I can groove with you. Oh, my love is fearless. My love is fearless. My love is fearless. My love, if I go home alone, I'll think of you, regret the moment that I walked away and let fear get the best of me. So here I am, adventure my religion. Oh, I'm falling in love with the unknown. My love is fearless. My love is fearless. Yeah, my love is fearless. My love,
All right, that's it for the night.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This has been amazing. I can't wait to find you on New York City streets. I'm going to be looking for that bus.
Yeah, and we are going to be having drive-ins and also guest events and stuff. And even if people have like, you know, weddings or birthday parties or all kinds of adventures they want to have, they can book us, and we're going to go out into nature and do social distance dance parties. The amazing live band. So you can go to Abracadabra Trip to contact us, or to our Instagram, which is also Abracadabra Trip. And then Self Offense is the name of that class. If you look that up, it's really awesome. They do workshops all the time. So yeah.
this was just like there was a whole lot in this gig, because you imparted us with wisdom and knowledge. You shared music. We got to create fresh moments together because you improvised for us. I mean, you just filled us with abundance, and so grateful for that.
You're welcome. My absolute pleasure. And yeah, music is activation, education. It's our first language. So yeah, just everybody keep singing, keep dancing, making music.
When you were talking earlier, I have a t-shirt that says, "She decided never to speak again, only to sing." It's
my God, I love it. You're so awesome. Thank you all so much for putting this together, all the work that you did, just the hours you put in and booking all of us and the amazing graphics, and just thank you.
Well, thank you, Brian. Thank you, Saving Jane. This is a great moment to remind everybody to download the app and to donate because
there's a clickable link. You can click it and donate.
So, and it's very exciting. This app is super fun to play. I was playing it this afternoon, and I'm doing really well. Although I got a couple of yellows, and I'm trying to figure out who got the greens in that round. But because I got the right answer. But anyway, so Brian, how would you like to? How would you like to close us out?
I mean, I am speechless. I don't think words can convey how magical this evening was, and what a powerful night this was. So I'm frankly at a loss. I know we had, what's that?
You do a quick recap of like some of the moments and things we've learned from all the amazing artists that we've had, or?
Oh, wow. Absolutely. So we started with Kathy Ann.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We love Kathy Ann. And then we heard from.
I'm thinking more of the messages rather than the run of show. Like, what are some of just a recap on some of the wisdoms? Like, for example, Laura, we just, those are some, like, I'm going to walk away with self-offense, and that's going to be my new phrase. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to wake up and I'm going to be thinking about self-offense, and that's amazing. So super grateful for that. I think that, in the set before, with Kirsten, this notion of believing, and the notion that silence is not consent. And that, I think was a very important part of the message from what she shared.
And like so much of the onus is put on someone who experiences trauma. Like, you shouldn't have to say no. Like, if someone doesn't want to talk, it's clear. If someone turns their head or they don't express any kind of return to an advance, they shouldn't have to say no. It's clear when something's not working. And another great thing we talked about was the fact that if you see something, you really should say something. And it's okay to intervene. And we know when something isn't right. And we have the power to intervene. And by doing that, more people will intervene. And that's how a shift in an outmoded paradigm can start to happen. And as you said earlier, it's not happening fast enough.
Yeah, it's funny. We all experienced, well, first of all, in the last 3 months and 2 months, we've all experienced a paradigm shift in terms of a sense of responsibility, especially for white Americans, a sense of responsibility to speak up. We all know things that are said in rooms of people that look like us. And it used to be that it was kind of like you didn't really have to say something. It was kind of like if it made you uncomfortable, you could leave the room. And then we saw this very positive shift where it's kind of like, actually, if you want to be on the right side of history, and if you want to meet the bar of what is expected, then you will say something. And then we saw recently with what happened with AOC, when she was called that, what was really a bigoted and it was a hateful verbal attack. And what was funny about it is that, women are called that, and LGBTQ are called that daily, and people don't think of it as if it's a hate crime, or they don't think of it as if it's a verbal attack. And so, and these are all, the importance of this is that all of those microaggressions create the breeding ground for somebody to then be conditioned into eventually being trafficked. So the reason why, there's that expression, the micro makes the macro. And so every time we don't say, when we hear somebody call somebody else, the B word or the C word or whatnot, and we don't say anything about that. We don't speak up the way that we would for the N word or for other words that we know are hate words. We are being complicit, and we are allowing that micro to accumulate, so that the person who's been attacked feels that they are not going to be protected, that they are not going to have advocates, and that it allows them to, especially when that happens, a dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen, 5 dozen times, more people become vulnerable to then being sucked into this underworld of trafficking and abuse.
Absolutely.
Off that soapbox now, but anyway, that's it's another bit. So on that note, the most important reason why we gathered was to get people, to make sure people are aware of this amazing app that can educate young people, bystanders, everybody can educate us more about what trafficking really constitutes, that it's not just sex, that it's not just about women, that it's not just, there are so many misperceptions that can be corrected, but also that, organizations like Saving Jane need financial support. And so, if you see that donate button, please do donate. If you liked all of this, if we had been in a music hall, you would have paid a ticket price. You're sitting at home. If you think that this was worthy of a ticket price, please give it to Saving Jane, because again, the micro makes the macro. If everybody gave a little, nobody would have to give too much.
Right.
Absolutely. Well said.
Yeah. And I think to add to your point about the micro makes the macro, I think I find every time I do one of these shows, I just reflect on so much and so many, and start to just identify parts of my life that have been, traumatic, and learn more about myself. And it just gives me a vocabulary toolkit to be able to articulate about my experiences or my feelings or my wrongdoings. And that's something I think that's the best we can do, right, on a community level, is give people the vocabulary, as you said, to, be able to spread awareness on this and help themselves, first of all, right? Because, we need to empower the survivors and give them what they need to move forward in life, which is why Saving Jane is here and why we're pushing for this app to be everywhere.
That's right. You start by putting the oxygen mask on yourself so that you can help others. And so
exactly. Perfect way to put it. Yeah. That's how I feel like every time we wrap one of these.
So on that note, because it is now practically midnight, it's time to wrap.
We are wrapping. This was, we did, this was.
Yeah, we did it.
Awesome, guys.
The time. We did it. We did Saving Jane Fest. Thank you so much, Drea. Thank you so much, Ethan.
Of course.
Thank you, Laura. And Brian and Justin and Sarek and Kirsten and who's first? Andrea.
Wayne and Evan.
And thank you,
Marti, Grin Bear, KALEN.
Yes.
Everyone.
So many amazing artists, such an amazing team, such an amazing group of speakers and friends and activists and contributors. This is why we do what we do, and especially in a time of distancing, to come together and to create awareness and to create a community. Even though, of course, it's not the same. We all miss live music. We all wish we could be hanging outside Madison Square Garden watching Laura sing on a bus. But we're innovating. We're adapting. And that's what humans do. And now is the time. There is very fertile ground right now for a real global shift. in how we talk about abuse and accountability and consent and trafficking. And thank you. This was amazing, and I'm absolutely blown away by all of the amazing people we've had tonight. Thank you so much, everyone. This was Saving Jane Fest.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Anything else, Ethan or Drea? Any final statement or quote or anything that you want to share?
Well, now it's time for us to go to sleep, because it's one of the most important parts of the recovery process. It's the most restorative thing we do for our bodies. And then we wake up and we fight another day. And we work on that voice. We work on the vocabulary, the speaking up for ourselves, for others. And we recognize that this is a marathon, not a sprint. So in the meantime, we heal, we sleep, we heal, we rest, and then we do it again together.
Couldn't have said it better myself. And I just find it so profound that all of us are able to like dedicate this time to talk about this cause and use our stories and knowledge to better, awareness around it. I just find that so inspiring. You guys are all so awesome. So thanks for including me on this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all, and good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Saving Jane and Launch.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Hi, my name is Thomas Essler. I'm the Director of Storytelling and Prevention Programs for Saving Jane. I've created a comic book series with the help of federal law enforcement that educate kids about human trafficking and gives them proven tools to protect themselves.
I have a lot of internet friends, and it shows that not everybody is who they say they are behind the screen. It's a new way to portray education and what we should know.
Experts say that the best way to protect children is through education. So we've created a comic book that educates kids about how to recognize a recruitment conversation, how to powerfully deal with a predator or trafficker, and who they can go to for help if they get into trouble. Teaching this very serious material within a comic book form has been hugely successful. It turns out that kids are nuts about comic books. And I think partially this is because kids don't look at a comic book workshop as school or educational. It's part of their entertainment preference. And I know that when I ask them questions, they often respond by quoting verbatim from the comic book as if they've memorized the whole thing. Our goal is to reach kids before they're victimized and empower them to be effective agents in their own self-protection.
Because most books I read, they're not very educational. But this one, it showed that human trafficking is a danger in the public and that you can make a difference by trying to help people that can't help themselves.
Never before have traffickers had such easy access to so many children. Because of the internet and because of social media, traffickers can now initiate thousands of recruitment conversations. To leave them uneducated makes them more vulnerable.
Hello, I'm Untitled. I'm a director, a photographer, and a social justice advocate. I'm also a board member of Saving Jane. I won the Tribeca Film Festival Disruptive Innovation Award and the CNN Expose Award for my work against trafficking. I'm teaching a class this fall at Princeton on mobilizing millions with art and film for social justice and human rights. And I believe that as we deal with the consequences of the slavery of our past, we can't forget those who are enslaved today. One of the greatest human rights violations is slavery, and today there are more people enslaved in the world than at any time in human history. A large number of those are women and children. And while we have laws and police forces and governments that are meant to protect the most vulnerable, they're not doing their job. So it's up to each of us to remind our local politicians and police forces that we care deeply and we want to end trafficking and provide rehabilitation for survivors. Join us at Saving Jane to learn more about what you can do to help and how we can end modern slavery.
Hi there, my name is Ishan Shah and I'm 17 years old and I'm a student from the UK and founder of Stolen Dreams, which is a communications organization that bridges the gap between young people and the issue of slavery and human trafficking today. So back in 2016, I watched a documentary about child trafficking and exploitation, and this was the first time that I found out that slavery still existed today. I learned about the abolition of the slave trade here in the UK back in 1833, but I didn't know that slavery still continued to exist in the shadows of society. And so I went into school the following week and I asked every student in my year groups, that's 156 kids, I asked them all, did you know that slavery still exists today? And not one of them knew. And I was shocked because slavery isn't just an issue happening in faraway countries and faraway communities, but it's happening right here on our doorsteps. It's happening in the clothes we wear, in the foods we eat, and we are encountering it on a day-to-day basis. And also, we as kids, especially during this COVID-19 crisis, when we are spending a lot of time online, we are at risk of being exploited. And so I was determined to raise awareness about this issue to young people, and that is when Stolen Dreams was born. It's a platform where children and young people can come together to learn about this issue, to fully understand what slavery and human trafficking are, but also it provides them with tangible, simplistic, and important calls to actions that they can take and that they can sort of introduce into their communities as well to tackle this issue. And that is one of the things I love about Saving Jane and the organization and everything it stands for, because I am spending so much time around young people and talking to them about some of the greatest human rights issues of our time. And when I found out about Saving Jane's comic books, I was immediately drawn to them and I love them so much. And kids love comic books nowadays. And the way Saving Jane's comic books are created and the way they're narrated, developed, and illustrated is so engaging to young people. And it's such a creative way to introduce hope and compassion into such a harrowing and complex topic. And the app, which I had the opportunity to demo, does just this. It raises awareness, but it also provides people with additional resources, reading, and also calls to actions that they can take to tackle slavery and human trafficking. So the app is just incredible. And sort of piggybacking off what Saving Jane does and what my organization does, I think it's really important to understand that slavery is a degradation of our common humanity and we are all at risk of being exploited. But it is as equally important to understand that you and I, we as global citizens, can play a huge part in ending this crime. Through raising awareness, writing to local government representatives to adopt a robust strategy to help survivors, buying products that are high quality and less frequently to counter the fast fashion industry, staying safe online, buying secondhand, sharing clothes with friends and family. There are so many ways that we can tackle slavery on a day-to-day basis. And I really strongly believe that together we can create a world where freedom is a universal concept and where every human being has access to basic human rights. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Jenna, and most people know me as a fashion model, but I am also a student, frontline worker, and an activist. I'm in the fortunate position where I really didn't know much about human trafficking before I started working with Saving Jane. And I think many of us hear about human trafficking, but don't necessarily understand just how prevalent it is in the world, and let alone in America. And because many of us don't believe it can happen within our communities or cities, we don't know what to look for or how to take action if we believe that someone may be a victim of trafficking. I often get asked about my modeling experience in kind of a whispered way. People want to know the bad stories and expect to hear something traumatic. Again, I have been extremely fortunate to have not been in that position throughout my career, but it doesn't mean that others haven't. What really shocked me and brought to light about human trafficking within my industry is the case of Jeffrey Epstein. The fame and power he held and the amount of time it took to persecute him sets an example as to how human trafficking is treated in this country. Because his case showed that if someone of a high level of power who was trafficking fashion models couldn't be caught, then really, every other trafficker was seemingly off the hook. His behavior went unexcused for years, and as a result, hundreds of young and underage women were exploited. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. An industry like modeling attracts many vulnerable and young girls as well, and many don't have a fully developed concept of their boundaries and identity, and some may be willing to take advantage of every opportunity presented to them for the promise of fame and money. Now, despite all the horror that occurred around Epstein, I hope that his case sets an example of what needs to change within the country and also serves as a wake-up call. Being a model doesn't mean that your life and well-being needs to be at risk. It means that we need to continue to educate our communities and neighbors about what the signs look like and hold our justice system accountable for the horrors that should not be occurring in our own country. I hope that by working alongside the team at Saving Jane, we can continue to educate and create awareness so that we can protect our most vulnerable populations. And I speak on behalf of models and independent contractors everywhere who have been taken advantage of, who have been put in compromising situations. Learning to take control of a situation that is within your hands and learning to take steps if you encounter yourself in a position that is out of your control, you can use that to protect yourself and learn to protect others as well. So with that, thank you for joining us today at Saving Jane Fest.
Hi, I'm Robert Feeney. I'm one of the co-founders of Knowledge as a Service. And what we do is we deliver knowledge to large enterprises in quick bursts over the course of time in the flow of work so that ultimately we're able to change behaviors of large workforces. We actually do this out in the public too. And that was why we saw it was such a clear fit when Kathy Ann of Saving Jane approached us. We thought, oh my gosh, Saving Jane needs to engage people to form new habits, new behaviors around awareness of this critical issue, this atrocity that happens. Saving Jane needs to activate volunteers, needs to activate donors, and then educate everybody on the impacts, the real difference that it's making. I think Kathy Ann has done a brilliant job of incorporating storytelling into Saving Jane's advocacy, and that's exactly what this app does, but in a new groundbreaking way. In that bursty format, we're incrementally telling a story. The problem is most of us just don't have any time. I mean, we all care about so many different things. We may care about climate change, we care about cancer research, we care about raising our families well. When are we going to spend the time we need on driving awareness and taking action around stemming human trafficking? So I'm not going to spend the time in a classroom or watching a long-form video, but I will play this app. Personally, I'd heard about human trafficking when I was attending a church. It's a really great church in Los Angeles called Metro, and they took on this issue, and I thought, it's not really a churchy issue in my opinion at the time, but I admired it tremendously. And at the time, we were using our app, not in workforces, but out in the public. We were working with the U.S. Department of Energy to help shift people's behaviors, like you and me, who are energy customers, so that we'd save energy. It was a conservation project, and it was really making a difference. So I easily could have just repointed what we were doing with our app to the public around human trafficking, but I didn't. Again, it was like, all right, I'm busy doing this. I don't have time to do that. It took Kathy Ann and Saving Jane to put some real muscle behind it before I said, yeah, I think we can do this together. And that's the point. Where it feels like we don't have time, there's got to be a little put behind it. So we're asking you to play the app so that you can be part of that swell, that that we're going to put behind it by having more and more people play this app and drive some awareness unobtrusively through their day. When a question pops up in a gamified way, we're all engaged on a ticking clock for just less than a minute to answer one question and to take one thing that Saving Jane would like us to think about or do differently into our lives. And with enough repetition over days, weeks, and months, we change our habits. I'm looking forward to what changes for me. While I'm playing this app, what new behaviors am I going to take on? I want to be able to have my eyes open to see the earmarkings of human trafficking activity and to know what to do about it. I mean, do I intervene? Do I report it somewhere? What do I do? I want to be able to protect my loved ones. I want to be able to say something to someone that's going to have them protect their loved ones and know what to do. So, I'm taking this on. I invite you to do it too. See you on the leaderboard.
Hello, my name is Professor Dr. Eric Montgomery. I'm a cultural anthropologist working at 2 institutions. I'm an assistant professor of anthropology at Michigan State University, where I also serve as a peace and justice advisor and work on peace and justice minor program. And at Wayne State, I work in the Center for Peace and Conflict Studies, where I've taught human trafficking and engaged human trafficking in our conferences and in panels. So it's a pleasure to be here today, talking with my great like-minded crew at Saving Jane. Human trafficking is everywhere, and at the same time, it's right under our noses, and we often don't see it, just like I didn't see it as a kid growing up in Flint, Michigan. I mean, in the United States alone, we have 15,000 to 20,000 immigrant girls who are sex trafficked. The other thing that has brought me to Saving Jane and made me feel so really excited about this application and the mission and vision and what that crew is trying to do is it's a very survivor-empowered approach to it. And having an application, it's all really about awareness. And we've done a damn good job as a country talking about human trafficking, the awareness. The UN since 2007, since the Human Prevention Act in 2000, there's just been a siren call of awareness and education. I used to ask students 10 years ago, when did slavery end? And they would say before 13th Amendment, or it ended at slavery ended at the end of the Civil War. And now when I ask that question, most kids look at me and say, Dr. Montgomery, slavery never went anywhere at all. It's still going on. So it's a pervasive issue. It's indicative. It speaks to who we are as Homo sapiens sapiens on Earth. Who are we as a people? Where are we going as a people? And what should we do about it? And the big question is, why hasn't anything been done about it at all? And the reason why more hasn't been done about it at all is because we live in a global neoliberal economic capital system where profits mean more than people. We need more international policing. We need more enforcement. We need more collaboration. But what I love about Saving Jane and what they're doing is this survivor-centered thing. To have these women who have survived beyond the front lines of what do we do? From the process of detoxing to helping, to relearning how to dress, to contending with your post-traumatic stress disorders and the mental problems. It takes such a cumulative effort in order to do this and to do this well. And it always worries me that I see all these human trafficking dollars and the amount of funding and grants that flow toward these organizations. And when you look at the impact of what they're doing, oftentimes it doesn't equate. And what I mean is sometimes groups will get, a couple $100,000 or $1 million a year, and they might only, assist 1 or 2 women or 4 or 5 women. I've worked with survivors who can go out on the streets of Detroit, and survivors, a few of them who have been trafficked for 20 years, and can get more girls off the street who are being trafficked in 4 hours than the police can do in an entire month. And it's because these women relate to them, and they know how to talk to them, and they trust them. And dare I say, for the first time, many of them are even realized that what they've been a part of is slavery as a whole. The old ways are not working fast enough. We live in a new world where time and space are compressed exponentially. We live in this digitized world. The revolution around us, my buddy Dr. Harris always says, the revolution will not be televised, it will be digitized. And for a revolution of ideas to happen, and for us to empower women and to get rid of slavery, the greatest human justice, arguably in the history of the world, we need out-of-the-box thinking. What should we do about it? And Saving Jane is just offering so many, but the education, even the comic books, the workbooks, the training, this application, I'm super excited about it. And I think it's going to create a precedent for other organizations and other consortiums to follow. And ultimately, in the end, I think it will help us reach closer to our goal, which is to end slavery, modern slavery in the world as we know it.
I'm Penny. I'm the owner of APM Model Management. I started my company almost 25 years ago. One of my main goals was to ensure the safety and well-being of my young girls. APM has partnered with Saving Jane to bring awareness to the unfortunate reality of human trafficking. APM and many of its models are committed to do all we can to eradicate all forms of human trafficking.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Procopio. I'm a licensed independent clinical social worker here in Boston, Massachusetts. and I have a consulting business related to the human trafficking and commercial sexual exploitation of boys, adolescent males, and males here in the area. I first, and as a result of my interest in trafficking, that came as a result of a workshop that I attended about 10 years ago. And the topic was on trafficking, which was gender specific for women and girls. And in that workshop, what I discovered, it was that boys were not represented and they were pretty much discounted or around this particular topic based on the providers feeling like this was just a female phenomenon. So what I did was did some research on this topic, which there was limited research, and talked to many different people, most of which said it really wasn't an issue that needed attention because it was pretty much non-existent. So what I did is I worked with various groups here in Boston because I had a feeling otherwise, and based on research that I did and focus groups that I did, I discovered that it pretty much was an issue here. So I was able to start the first freestanding project for boys, trafficked boys and CSEC boys here in the United States, here in Boston. And the advocacy is something that I continue to do now with going around the country training at workshops and doing capacity building for other organizations here. I had done some work with Saving Jane on their prevention and education comic books over the last couple of years, integrating the issues for boys into that forum, into those product developments. And recently had a conversation with the executive director, and it was interesting how we both came together in terms of realizing that we both felt there was a need for our respective constituent groups and started grassroots organizations, her with Saving Jane and me with my work here in Boston. So I'm very impressed with how her vision really created this organization, Saving Jane, and I clearly will be involved with her as she feels that she needs some support around integrating male issues into the Saving Jane program. For those people that might be interested in contributing to trafficking or CSEC projects, I really encourage you to go back into your communities to seek out organizations that are working with youth or young people. And if you especially have expertise in the area of fundraising to help organizations fundraise, technology is also quite important since so much is getting done by technology nowadays, and any other kinds of services that these folks feel like they need support for, especially during these difficult times we're in. And so I think that should bode well for people in those communities. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Susan Kim. I'm an attorney and a former local prosecutor. While during my time at the district attorney's office, I prosecuted cases involving human trafficking. Predominantly, my focus was on sex trafficking cases, and I worked with victims of sex trafficking. Most of these victims were underage, and what I realized was if they had just had information about traffickers, they may have been able to not be trafficked at all. And that gets me to why I joined Saving Jane and why I became an advisor to Saving Jane. So much of Saving Jane's focus is on prevention, informing kids and letting them know about trafficking, who is coming after them, and what they can do to prevent themselves from becoming victims. Over the weekend, I had the opportunity to play the new Saving Jane app, and it was fantastic. It was informative, it was well written, there were great illustrations, and it was formatted in such a way that younger people would appreciate it and learn from it. In this day and age, kids have cell phones, kids play apps on a regular basis, and kids use social media. And if we want to be able to reach this audience, we need to do so in a way that is accessible to them and in a manner to which they would be receptive. One of the issues that we're dealing with right now is the global pandemic. We are not able to go into the schools and talk to students directly. We won't be able to do that for a very long time. And this is one of the best ways to reach kids and inform them about trafficking in a way that is safe in light of the current pandemic. I hope you join me in supporting Saving Jane and supporting this app.
Hi, my name is Thomas Essler, and I'm Director of Storytelling and Prevention Programs for Saving Jane, an organization committed to a world without slavery, where no one is bought or sold, and where all the wounds of the past are healed. I'm so excited to be here today and show you one of the programs we have. We've created a comic book series with the help of the FBI and experts like child psychologists and social workers and survivors. And these comic books educate kids about human trafficking and give them proven tools to protect themselves. And we take these comic books around to schools and libraries and homeless shelters and community organizations like YMCAs and also houses of worship. And we equip kids with the tools they need to protect themselves, like how to recognize a recruitment conversation, how to powerfully deal with a predator or a trafficker, and who they can go to for help if they get into trouble. And I'm really excited that Saving Jane is creating an educational app for adults that will educate adults that are caregivers of children, but all adults, about human trafficking. We're using an app that is extremely effective at education. It's convenient because it's on your phone, and it's a great tool in learning in a way that it sticks. This information will stick. You know, we hope that there is an army of people out there that are interested in creating a nation and a world without human trafficking, and that are interested in educating themselves about it, because there's so much that we can all do to create that kind of world. And one simple way is simply by educating the children in your sphere of influence. Statistics say that the average age of someone being trafficked into the sex industry is maybe 15 years old. And so it's crucial that we educate young people about human trafficking and how to protect themselves. We've created a tool that anyone can use, and we are interested in creating and partnering with you to create workshops around this tool. But it's something you can use yourself. Teach the kids that you know, like your children or your nieces and nephews or your cousins or kids at the YMCA you go to, or the community center you go to, or the house of worship that you attend. Make sure that they understand what human trafficking is, and how they can spot it, how they can protect themselves, and who they can go to for help if they feel that they're in trouble or someone that they know is in trouble. Thanks so much for spending this time with us.
I'm Penny. I'm the owner of APM Model Management. I started my company almost 25 years ago. One of my main goals was to ensure the safety and well-being of my young girls. APM has partnered with Saving Jane to bring awareness to the unfortunate reality of human trafficking. APM and many of its models are committed to do all we can to eradicate all forms of human trafficking.
My name is Ishan Shah, and I'm 17 years old, and I'm a student from the UK and founder of Stolen Dreams, which is a communications organization that bridges the gap between young people and the issue of slavery and human trafficking today. So back in 2016, I watched a documentary about child trafficking and exploitation, and this was the first time that I found out that slavery still existed today. I learned about the abolition of the slave trade here in the UK back in 1833, but I didn't know that slavery still continued to exist in the shadows of society. And so I went into school the following week, and I asked every student in my year groups, that's 156 kids, I asked them all, did you know that slavery still exists today? And not one of them knew. And I was shocked because slavery isn't just an issue happening in faraway countries and faraway communities, but it's happening right here on our doorsteps. It's happening in the clothes we wear, in the foods we eat, and we are encountering it on a day-to-day basis. And also, we as kids, especially during this COVID-19 crisis, when we are spending a lot of time online, we are at risk of being exploited. And so I was determined to raise awareness about this issue to young people, and that is when Stolen Dreams was born. It's a platform where children and young people can come together to learn about this issue, to fully understand what slavery and human trafficking are, but also it provides them with tangible, simplistic, and important calls to actions that they can take and that they can sort of introduce into their communities as well to tackle this issue. And that is one of the things I love about Saving Jane and the organization and everything it stands for, because I am spending so much time around young people and talking to them about some of the greatest human rights issues of our time. And when I found out about Saving Jane's comic books, I was immediately drawn to them and I love them so much. And kids love comic books nowadays. And the way Saving Jane's comic books are created and the way they're narrated, developed, and illustrated is so engaging to young people. And it's such a creative way to introduce hope and compassion into such a harrowing and complex topic. And the app, which I had the opportunity to demo, does just this. It raises awareness, but it also provides people with additional resources, reading, and also calls to actions that they can take to tackle slavery and human trafficking. So the app is just incredible. And sort of piggybacking off what Saving Jane does and what my organization does, I think it's really important to understand that slavery is a degradation of our common humanity and we are all at risk of being exploited. But it is as equally important to understand that you and I, we as global citizens, can play a huge part in ending this crime. Through raising awareness, writing to local government representatives to adopt robust strategies to help survivors, buying products that are high quality and less frequently to counter the fast fashion industry, staying safe online, buying secondhand, sharing clothes with friends and family. There are so many ways that we can tackle slavery on a day-to-day basis. And I really strongly believe that together we can create a world where freedom is a universal concept and where every human being has access to basic human rights. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Grin Bear.8. I'm a director, a photographer, and a social justice advocate. I'm also a board member of Saving Jane. I won the Tribeca Film Festival Disruptive Innovation Award and the CNN Expose Award for my work against trafficking. I'm teaching a class this fall at Princeton on mobilizing millions with art and film for social justice and human rights. And I believe that as we deal with the consequences of the slavery of our past, we can't forget those who are enslaved today. One of the greatest human rights violations is slavery. And today, there are more people enslaved in the world than at any time in human history. A large number of those are women and children. And while we have laws and police forces and governments that are meant to protect the most vulnerable, they're not doing their job. So it's up to each of us to remind our local politicians and police forces that we care deeply and we want to end trafficking and provide rehabilitation for survivors. Join us at Saving Jane to learn more about what you can do to help and how we can end modern slavery.
Hi, I'm Robert Feeney. I'm one of the co-founders of Knowledge as a Service. And what we do is we deliver knowledge to large enterprises in quick bursts over the course of time in the flow of work so that ultimately we're able to change behaviors of large workforces. We actually do this out in the public too. And that was why we saw it was such a clear fit when Kathy Ann of Saving Jane approached us. We thought, oh my gosh, Saving Jane needs to engage people to form new habits, new behaviors around awareness of this critical issue, this atrocity that happens. Saving Jane needs to activate volunteers, needs to activate donors, and then educate everybody on the impacts, the real difference that it's making. I think Kathy Ann has done a brilliant job of incorporating storytelling into Saving Jane's advocacy, and that's exactly what this app does, but in a new groundbreaking way. In that bursty format, we're incrementally telling a story. The problem is most of us just don't have any time. I mean, we all care about so many different things. We may care about climate change, we care about cancer research, we care about raising our families well. When are we going to spend the time we need on driving awareness and taking action around stemming human trafficking? So I'm not going to spend the time in a classroom or watching a long-form video, but I will play this app. Personally, I'd heard about human trafficking when I was attending a church. It's a really great church in Los Angeles called Metro, and they take